So, the Dean of the School of Philosophy, Achilleas Chaldaeakis.
Good morning. Dear colleagues, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to our school, and to this special event of the Department of our school, Anestis Logothetis Zeichen. That is composer of Greek origin, one of the leading pioneers of the 20th century composition. His graphic notation system, developed around 1958, is a milestone in the evolution of musical notation. Logothetis employs this system to different ways of including the contemporary sound on the score in order to express sense of space in musical notation and redefine the roles of the composer, the performer, and the audience during the composition and performance of a piece. According to Logothetis, what fundamentally differentiates graphic notation from traditional notation is the polymorphism, which clearly enables all performers to retain their subjective from time. The composer takes into consideration the virtues of the different performers in composing and expects a certain degree of surprise through new formalization of musical form in every performance. Unquote. Department of Music Studies of the School of Philosophy of the National University of Athens invited researchers of Logothetis' work to a symposium celebrating the anniversary of the 100 years from his birth. Beyond the obvious focus on his own compositional practice and idea, of special interest and scholarly and artistic research contribution around a wider range of practices that resonate with Logothetis' work. Such practices include aesthetics and philosophy, instrumental music, electroacoustic and computer music, music theory and analysis, computational music models, visual arts, architecture space, performance studies, technology interaction and new media, archival research, historical contextualization, and Logothetis' influence on music and artistic practice. Dear colleagues, I sincerely hope you will enjoy today and the next 2 days of a debate and networking. Thank you for your participation. I would like to wish a great success to this symposium. Thank you.
And now I would like to invite the head of the music department, Professor Anastasia Georgaki, who has been the center of the organization of this conference.
Dear all, good morning and thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee because the last days I have been injured. I had an accident, so I came just to give a very brief greeting for this symposium that is being organized in very hard conditions, as you know. Hard conditions because of the COVID. People that they plan to come, they cancel, and sometimes you find yourself in an empty amphitheater. And this is the reason I would like to thank, first of all, my colleagues from the organizing committee that have helped me a lot to accomplish this event. Iakovos Steinhauer, assistant professor from the University of Athens, Pavlos Antoniadis, postdoctoral research fellow and a postgraduate from this department, and Maro Baveli, composer and PhD candidate, as also the audio engineering team, Ioannis Malafis, Ioannis Peikidis, Kostas Kritsadonis, Victor Mastella. This is the reason I would like to thank, first of all, my colleagues from the organizing committee that have helped me a lot to accomplish this event. Iakovos Steinhauer, assistant professor from the University of Athens, Pavlos Antoniadis, postdoctoral research fellow and postgraduate from this department, and Maro Baveli, composer and PhD candidate, as also the audio engineering team, Ioannis Malafis, Ioannis Peikidis, Kostas Kritsadonis, Victor Mastella. thank you very much for helping this event come true through this hybrid organization. I would like to say that this is the second time we organize such an event in Athens. The first time was in 2009. We have organizing the first symposium on Anestis Logothetis works with the collaboration of the Onassis Cultural Foundation. And it was a great success. We had around 30 speakers, and many of them, they have published their articles in the proceedings that they are online in our website. So we have this second event on Anestis Logothetis because of his centenary. And we had to give tribute to this man who is, I think, one of the pioneers of graphical notation. We speak about graphic notation in contemporary music that has started to happen in the early 20s. And in the 60s, it was a reality. Many composers were proposing their own system, but this is a very complex system. It has many parameters and many dimensions. And this is worthy to be one of the main research points of the universities, and especially in Austria. And I'm very happy that today we have people that come from the Vienna University in order to understand the information system of Anestis Logothetis polymorphic notation. In the middle of the 20th century, a new trend in musical notation emerged, being much closer to the autonomous visual art than to music. The music graphic notation, which is a musical phenomenon within the visual art playing double function as a system for musical notation and at the same time a picture of its own. It is not possible to find an aesthetic or compositional and technical perspective to musical graphics only by means of defining it as polysemantical notation, as it is called by Roman Ramsey, who was one of the first composers to introduce the concept graphic music, because thus the semantic aspects are given predominance at the cost of the visual and aesthetic ones. So I want to say that in the beginning of the 50s, there are many composers that speak about this new phenomenon, the graphical notation. And they try to approach music through sound. And this is the reason I write in one of my articles that Anestis Logothetis graphical scores are mostly an elaboration of radical formalistic patterns and pre-media sonograms, where interpretation is replaced with a project of research than that of determination. With the graphical notation of Anestis Logothetis, sorry, just a moment. We can have different aesthetic performances. In our department, that we have many different approaches to the music, from the Byzantine music, ethnomusicology, from Arabo-Persian and Indian music, Greek music, music of North Africa, whatever has to do with jazz and interpretation, improvisation. Of course, whatever has to do with the rules of the classical music from Baroque to our era, and other styles. I think that logothetis, the graphical notation, can be performed by different groups. And this is the reason that in the sessions I have invited our jazz musicians to tell them, here is a new graphical notation. You must try to find out what he wants to say in his Odyssey ballet. Can you play it through jazz, or can you play it through traditional Greek music? This is the reason that I think that Logothetis is one of the pioneers composers of the 20th century that has not been studied yet and must be studied in the 21st century. And his scientific background, his readings on information theory and constructivism led him to use the term cybernetics in terms of the science of communication, feedback, and control in mechanical, biological, and social systems, but mostly as an art focused on converting knowledge into choice and converting choice into action. So, if you ask me what is logothetis, I will tell you logothetis is really a philosophical approach of the music as epitelesis, because he wants us to read these pre-sonograms and transform it to choices, and the choices into action, and the action into sound. So I think this open work that Umberto Eco was always speaking about is perfectly fitted in the works of this polymorphical notation of Anestis Logothetis. This is the reason today we have, after having an open call in the international community just for 6 months, we have very precious professors, PhD candidates, lecturers that will speak about the different approaches of logothetis, especially on graphic notation and accessibility, on logothetis aesthetics, on logothetis performance, on graphic scores, principles and extensions, and the creative approaches inspired by logothetis works. We will have a small performance around 4 o'clock at the Museum of the School of Philosophy. And of course, we have the official one tomorrow at the alternative stage of the National Opera. And I hope that you will enjoy this conference. And first of all, I would like also to thank my friend, Professor Georg Hasdou, who came here as a keynote speaker, because he's a specialist of the notation systems and will speak to us about the influence of logothetis polymorphic notation system to the contemporary approaches of the hybrid digital performing notation systems. Thank you very much for being here.
It's our great honor to welcome from Vienna directly Julia Logothetis, the daughter of Anestis and a painter herself. Please, Julia, thank you very much for honoring us with your presence today.
Welcome in this aula. I'm very happy that I can be here with you, and I listened to the speech of Anastasia, and she was really very much an expert on logothetis by now, and I'm very impressed of the auditory and the people who will come and speak about that work, which is very extraordinary. I thank very much Anastasia Georgaki Mauro Bavelli, Pavlos Antoniadis, and Jacopo Steinhauer for the very active and difficult support for that symposium. I have been in Vienna now with Wien Modern, who was really for the first time taking a big step into the work of producing and performing of my father. And I myself had the feeling, I'm a visual artist, I'm a painter, and I have an installation done in Niarchos Opera House tomorrow evening. There you can see something, which is just one part, with the music of my father. I could do that for the first time in St. Petersburg in 2003, and the second time 2007 in Vienna at the Kunsthistorische Museum Theseus-Tempel. And it is an interactive installation led through by the music of my father, who still could do that for me just before he died. The cooperation of artists at that time was not very usual, especially not father and daughter. And I think this is one of the reasons why I really had to step back and didn't occupy myself with the work of my father at all. But meanwhile, I have become the living archive of his work. And fortunately, I could meet people like Anastasia, Georgaki, and so on, Mauro and Yanis, Zanos, and many others. They could help me out with the very difficult task I have as keeping that archive for so many years and not being a musician, which is difficult to handle the part of organization, as I'm also an artist and not so organized, I'm not a secretary. So meanwhile, my daughter is helping me out, but she's an artist too, and an interior designer and architect. And what I would say is we have reached now in Vienna for the first time, because of the 100th birthday of my father, officially, but I think, and in essence now, as I can really see and live it personally through, I can say that his work could arrive now. It couldn't arrive in Vienna. It was, he was in Vienna with Haubenstock Ramatti, the first one who really were interested in graphic notation, and notational systems were discovered or originally from America. Pop art was influencing that, and it was a fusion in the beginning of the arts, the visual arts and the acoustic arts. And in that continuation, I can see that things go on, but helped by the computer system and electronic systems, which was parallel. My father did parallel his research there, and he was the first electroacoustic musician in Vienna. Vienna was very different from what I can realize in Greece is happening, and it's still very different, but things will cope in future so that the internationality will take place in the fields of art. I have had a lecture. I did a lecture in Vienna of the concepts of visualization, and I can say that there is much more in it than it ever has been researched until now. And I just did that because I'm a visual artist and I can see. But if other competent people look into it from that point of view and from the point of view of happening, of course, and performance, because my father himself was performing at the end in the multimedia opera Daidalia. He was interested in how to perform operas and a completely new style of operas, dance, as we have heard before. So there are all these fields of art which are not in research in the archive of my father. So it's a start point. I think it's very interesting that it takes place in that broad aspect. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to Julia Logothetis. And now it's my pleasure to invite Professor Iosif Papadatos, the head of the Greek Composers Union, for his salute.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, good morning from the beautiful but rainy Corfu. I heard the term polymorphic notation in the mid-70s during a break in a concert at the German Goethe Institute in Athens, in Fidiou Street at the time, and I began, very difficult back then, to learn as much as I could about this topic. Later, as a student in Germany, I got to know the work and philosophy of Anestis Logothetis, hearing all the recordings available and studying the publications about the work of the composer. I was deeply moved by his thought, the aesthetic orientation, both in terms of controlling the final sound result and the artistic achievement of his works. Since then, there have been many presentations of the unique works, and the Greek Composers Union, through the late President Theodore Antoniou, at the podium, highlighted them in many concerts. Each rehearsal, many of them were open to students of music and especially to young composers, was like a workshop where you rediscovered the sound and necessarily gave a new dimension to the term interpretation. And of course, it is no coincidence that 100 years after the birth of Logothetis and 27 years after his death, his research is always as relevant as his achievements. This is also evidenced by the diversity of approaches of the speaker of this international symposium. A big thank you to the organizing committee and in particular to the president of the department, Mrs. Georgaki, for the excellent initiative and realization of this important project. Thank you very much.
Following up from Professor Iosif Papadatos, I'm very glad to welcome here at the University of Athens Alexandros Efkleidis, the head of the alternative stage of the National Opera, whereby tomorrow evening there will be a unique concert of Logothetis' work.
Dear friends, for my part, I also welcome the symposium on the occasion of the centenary of Anestis Logothetis, this leading figure of the avant-garde music of the 20th century. The alternative stage of the Greek National Opera, already from its first year of operation in 2017, presented a production with works by Anestis Logothetis. This year, after the suggestion of the president of the music department of the Athens University, Anastasia, and in collaboration with Julia Logotheti, who will also present her installation, we organized a concert with works by and works inspired by Anestis Logothetis. You're of course all invited to attend this concert tomorrow night at the alternative stage, and bring also your friends, because we have to be many to attend this concert. We don't have every day the occasion to have such events. The musical avant-garde of the 20th century must be part of the programmation of public cultural institution, as it is one of the most glorious pages of modern Greek music in Greece or in diaspora. The works of the pioneers of the new music should have an equal place in scientific research and in live performance. I wish this conference will offer new insights on Logothetis' work and contribute to its dissemination to a larger possible audience. Thank you very much.
With this paper, I'm presenting my investigation in Bulgaria State Archive about Anestis Logothetis, one of the famous composers of the Hellenic diaspora of the 20th century. This study is a part of my postdoctoral research conducted at the Department of Music Studies at the National and Kapodistrian University in Athens, Greece, entitled Plan for Creation of Educational Researches for the presentation of the Greek diaspora around the Black Sea. One of its goals is to allow the composer's biographies for the first time in the digital encyclopedia of the Hellenic work and expand knowledge about composers of Greek origin in the region of the Black Sea. The establishment of the Bulgarian Exarchate in 1870 and the formation of the autonomous Bulgarian state in 1878 resulted in a confrontation between Greeks and Bulgarians, and thus the reinforcement of nationalistic animosity. Greek political position on the Macedonian question had a decisive impact on the life and fate of ethnic Greeks in Bulgaria. In 1906, incidents of violence occurred against the Greek communities of various coastal cities, especially of Burgas, Anchilos, Mesembria, and Sozopolis. Consequently, the Greek population of northern Thrace began abandoning the region and returning to Greece. By 1919, the departure of Greek population from Bulgaria was completed in accordance with the Treaty of Neuilly. The Greek Cultural Association of Eastern Rumelia, North Thrace, were united and acted as institution of education and strengthening the collective identity. I would like to stress to the importance for understanding of the Hellenic cultural phenomenon of the 19th and the early 20th century. The presence of Greek schools, newspapers, cultural and educational societies there. The Greek community in Pyrgos created educational and cultural societies such as Black Sea, Prodos, Omonia, and others. Prodos was responsible for sending funds and keeping Greek schools open and running in the southern Black Sea coast of Bulgaria. Cultural societies organized theatrical performance and dancing events. When Georgi Shagounidis, a graduate from the Conservatory of Lyon, France, known as the father of music of Burgas, arrived in the town as a military bandmaster in 1897. He was appointed as a music teacher in the Greek school, where he created a wind ensemble and a choir. Shagunov wrote the Hymn of Independence of Bulgaria in September 1908. In the beginning of the 20th century, the Bulgarian economy was going through drastic changes characterized with swift economic growth and rising demand for specialized workplace. At the same time, the city of Burgas established itself as one of the biggest industrial hubs in the country. The post was connected with railways to the Thracian Nape and accessed the main rail artery Constantinople-Budapest. It always had a large Greek community, centrally the Hellenic element in this supranational community, as they dominated in many aspects of the town's life, especially in the economy, and keep the trade with Constantinople and Mediterranean Sea. They also were Bulgarian, Turkish, Armenian, and Jewish communities, temple and school, and private French and Italian schools. The Greek state established a diplomatic mission here in 1950, mainly concerned with cultural, social work, and seafaring. After the unification of Bulgaria in 1885, for decades, the city and the district became the largest refugee camp. In 1920, Burgas numbered about 21,000 people and was again the main Bulgarian port for export of grain and Bulgarian products. And by the mid-1930s, it was ahead of the Varna port in terms of import. A few years later, in 1934, when Logothetis family migrated to Greece, the city population numbered 34,260 people. The great Greek poet Kostas Varnalis, born in Burgas, described its unique multicultural atmosphere in his work Philological Memoirs. Pyrgos, Burgas is what the Turks and Bulgarians called it, was a young town. Nearly all of its houses and public buildings were new, with a proper town plan and drains. Wrote Varnalis about his hometown. At that time, huge Greek flags flew from the cargo ships that entered its port. As a child, I thought that the size of the flag showed the greatness of the nation, he wrote later. That new town is now the fourth largest city in Bulgaria, the largest port, and perhaps the largest energy hub in the Balkans. This is certainly not Varnalis Burgas, where cunning Greek and Jewish merchants make money out of the simple peasant of Bulgaria. Anestis Logothetis was born in Burgas, Bulgaria on October 27, 1921. The port became a part of Bulgaria in 1885 when Eastern Romania was united with the Principality of Bulgaria, continuing to be an Ottoman province until 1908 when Bulgaria declared independence. The composer was born 13 years later. Kostas Varnalis almost missed out on a scholarship to study in Athens because he insisted that he was born in Pyrgos, Bulgaria, instead of Pyrgos, Eastern Romania, as his chauvinist professor would have it. Another mistake from Logothetis' side is mentioning the anti-Greek oppressions of 1934, which happened in 1906. According to the individual archival document kept in the municipality of Burgas, the composer's grandfather Anestis Logothetis, born 1854, was a street peddler, traveling salesman. His father Dimitris, born 1889, was a trader educated in the School of Commerce of Burgas. His mother Cleopatra, born 1896, a housewife, was a daughter of the fisherman Stathis Nikolov and Kokini Zekova. The late lady Nana Tabakova, born in 1910 in Burgas, remembered that the Logothetis wealthy family owned a fabric store. Anestis spent his youth in the multicultural atmosphere of the town. His grandparents and family were financial stable traders, and the young people grew up in a cultured atmosphere. Anestis attended Bulgarian elementary school and spoke two languages from his early year. He also appreciated music and began piano lessons. According to Julia Logothetis, his father mentioned that his first composition was written in 1933, but it is lost. Although Anestis did not describe the city's environment and its influence on his career, this cultural milieu, full of multinational folk and classical music, was the most informative about Logothetis' cultural background. Burgas has a rich musical life during the period between 1910 and 1947, with established institutions such as the Musical Society Rodni Zvuci Homeland Sounds, which include choir, symphony orchestra, people music school, the music school with excellent music teacher, established in 1921, the Wagner Society, a string orchestra, the Bulgarian Popular Choir, and others. The town was included in the opera and theater network, and famous for performance came to give concerts there. The Homeland South Society archive, which includes documents from 1910 to 1947, was recently found and exhibited on June 8, 2011. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to look up for information about Logothetis' first piano lesson so far. The famous Bulgarian avant-garde composer Lazar Nikolov, born in Burgas in 1922, knew well Anestis and visited him in Vienna. According to Julia Logothetis, it must happen after 1962 because Anestis already had a studio. Anestis Logothetis is considered among the famous citizens of Burgas. Some of his work were played at the Austrian Music Weeks in Bulgaria Festival in 2013, which has been organized for 20 years by the Embassy of Austria, and it is its largest cultural project. I would like to thank Mr. Dmitry Nikolov, Mayor of Burgas, who granted me special permission to search in the population registration record of the municipal archive. The oldest document about Logothetis family is a record from 1901. The next is record from 1922. From this, we learn that the composer's grandfather's Anestis Logothetis, born in 1854 in Burgas, married to Xanthi Logothetis, born in 1861 in Vasiliko, nowadays Tsarevo, 70 kilometers far away from Burgas. Her maiden name is missing. The couple had 4 sons and 3 daughters, born between 1885 and 1899. Dimitris, Leonidas, Ivan in other records Yanis, and Ekaterina, Veneta, and Eleni. All family members were Bulgarian citizens. Anestis was a peddler, Xanthi a housewife, and the majority of their children were students. According to record 3654, which is a household registration written by Father Nicola in 1922, Anestis' widow, Xanthi Logothetis, continued to live with her children, Leonidas, Yanis, and Veneta in Burgas. The street name is missing in the record, but the house number was 11. Leonidas was born in 1892, Yanis in 1894, he was a merchant. Veneta in 1896. She moved to Plovdiv in 1926 and was delayed from town register. All family members were residents of Burgas and Orthodox Christians. They had Bulgarian nationality and were ethnic Greeks. Greek nationality is delayed with a red pen. In the civil registration system of the municipality of Burgas, both birth certificates of Anestis and his mother Cleopatra Logothetis are kept. Cleopatra was born on September 15, 1896. Her original birth certificate, number 2051, shows that her father was the fisherman Statis Nikolov and her mother was the housewife Kokini Zekova. Both of them were native residents of Burgas. Now I have made a translation of the birth certificate. Her father declared the birth. The birth was declared by her father in the presence of witnesses Alexander Georgiev and Christo Karadzov. Both of them worked in the municipality of Burgas, and the present certificate, after being read to all present at the declaration and to certify all of the above, was signed by all of them, notary, witnesses, and the mayor of Burgas. The younger son of Logothetis family, Statis Logothetis, who belongs to the artistic avant-garde of the 70s generation in Greece, took Cleopatra's father's name. His collaboration with her, his brother, composer Anestis Logothetis in music, visual art events is of particular interest. I would like to mention the contemporary and interesting research by Nicoletta Prepi, Studies Logothetis when Destruction Becomes Creation, postgraduate thesis, recently supported at the Faculty of Communication and Media Studies at National and Kapodistrian University of Athens in 1917. And now the Logothetis Certificate of Live Birth, number 595. I have made a translation. In 2021, on November 1st at 9 a.m. in our presence, Dimo Popov, a member of a three-person commission and chief executive officer of Burgas Municipality, province of Burgas, Anestis Logothetis, a 27-year-old merchant from Burgas, came to the local government and administration, and after duly giving oath in accordance with law, Harry deposed and saw, because the father was missing, that a child of male sex at birth was born, and the name Anestis was given to him. He was born on October 27th this year at 9 a.m. in the house of his parents, Dimitris Logothetis, a 32 years merchant, and Cleopatra Dimitrova, a 26-year-old housewife, both of them with residence in Burgas. The certificate of live birth was signed by the notary and the witnesses. Information about Dimitris Logothetis family was found in book organized by neighborhood, street and house number. They show the relation to the main occupant of the address, spouse, child or servant, their education and occupation. At the beginning of the last century, the family lived in a house on 51 Queen Eleonora Street, now 51 Stalavanska Street until 1926. This is the record. Then they moved to 43 Antim First Street, which is located in the great neighborhood and is preserved. According to Julia Logothetis, her grandparents made a healthy family and both boys played a musical instrument. Anestis the piano, studies the violin, continuing their music studies in Greece and Austria. All the family members were Christian Orthodox, ethnic Greeks, and had Bulgarian nationality. Dimitris was educated at the School of Commerce in Burgas. In the second record, the name of Bulgaria Donna Petrova Elieva, born 1910, appears, who was hired as a domestic worker. The original birth certificate of studies, number 493 from 1925, is also preserved in the municipality archive and will be presented in my feature result. Unfortunately, I could not find information about Logothetis family migration, both in the state regional archives in Burgas and the central state archives in Sofia. According to Assistant Professor Jordan Zelev, head of the Department Music of the Archival Funds in the central state archives, all documents of population exchange with Greece archive followed by the Treaty of Neuilly-sur-Seine. Separated cases from Plovdiv and Burgas in the 1930s are not preserved there. I have applied for information to the police record kept in the Ministry of Interior, Direction of Information and Archives in Sofia. This is the house of Logothetis family. In September 1921, I received an official letter from the Archive State Agency of Republic of Bulgaria, direction of the Central State Archive in Sofia, signed by Simona Stoyanova-Markova, head of the Archives Proceeding Department. The letter explained me again that in the Central State Archives in Sofia, files of the work of the Mixed Greco-Bulgarian Commission found 119K are kept. 1930 was the final years for the Immigration Commission, so documents of Greek voluntary immigration cannot be preserved here. There is no information about Logothetis family in the information system of the state archives on the web. I was advised to conduct a periodical research in articles which appeared in magazines and newspapers printed in Burgas in the 1920s, 1930s. And now, conclusion. This paper sits on top of a substantial amount of primary ethnological research into the environment in which Logothetis grew up. Initially, Logothetis' early life and education was formed in the Greek community of Burgas, belonging to the Greek ethnic minority. The future composer developed awareness of the contingent and shifting nature of Greek identity and reflecting on the ideological significance of its representations both within and outside Greece. From a young age, his family taught him how to develop perspective of Greek identity and nationhood, and also the vision of the great idea. Although my research is in an early stage, and at this point I have found little that demonstrate the cultural influence of Logothetis' birthplace directly, it is clear that I am in the initial position of my perception about this cultural milieu, which might be most informative about his cultural background. Unfortunately, no information has been found about Logothetis' first musical step so far. No archival research should be performed. This is potentially a really interesting area for research, both for scholarship on Logothetis and broader research topic of cultural mixing and cross-cultural migration of ideas. Moreover, the probability that the multicultural mix that I identified in my research had a profound influence on Logothetis' early development as an artist is very high. I expect that you will continue to develop and that through dialogue with other Logothetis scholars, more relevant information might be presented at the record proceedings. I would like to thank Julia Logothetis for giving me these beautiful pictures from her father's archives. Thank you.
Kalimera. I'm glad, and it's an honor for me to be here in Athens. I had to come personally, so the lockdown in Austria couldn't stop me. And I will tell you something about the release of unpublished electroacoustic works by Anestis Logothetis. It's a project where I am involved, also Julia. So let's start. First of all, I will give an example from unreleased music. It's called Klaviertang in Electronic. And Anestis Logothetis said tang is for him an experimental study or try. And it's a small excerpt. And it's therefore a world premiere for you. You are the first listener. In my lecture, I will tell you the story, how we came to this project. First, the short story of Frank and Günter. Then I'll tell you about the main contributors and how to make such a record box. Then I give you a little glimpse to the recordings and the outlook, what will come next. It all began on October 27, 2019. You know this date. It was Anestis' 98th birthday. I went to the Kunsthaus in Bregenz to visit an exhibition of Raphaelia Vogel. And during this exhibition, there was a vinyl convention. And I met Frank Bull. He had a booth with records to sell, and I'm a collector of records as well as Frank, and I'm always looking for new releases of experimental music. So we came to talk, and he was one who knew Anestis Logothetis, and he had the idea to publish something. And because I know Julia Logothetis, I said to him, I will talk to Julia and let's see what happened. And it started. These are the main contributors. I made a contact. I was involved in the selection of the tapes, and I wrote the booklet for the box. Frank Bull had the idea, and he's the chief of a small record label. Julia gave the licenses and was involved as well in the selection and by the design. And Matthias Schelander came later to us, and he is a musician, and he can hear better than Julia and I if there's something wrong with the recordings or something. The other contributors are Steve Hartman. He made the design, and Anders Pettersson of Ghost Sounds, he made the final mastering for the records. Let me introduce myself. I'm a librarian at the State Library of Vorarlberg in Bregenz, Austria. It's the west of Austria. I'm a subject specialist for law, music, mathematics, and natural sciences. And I'm also a writer. My last publication was Muttermilch this year. And what are my activities or publications in relation to Anestis Logothetis? I made 2 exhibitions with scores and documents and books about him. I wrote a small book, Anestis, for mature listener, translated. It deals with when I met Anestis Logothetis in 1986, and tells the story about our how we met, and I wrote about his works as well. And I edited the small book of Julia Logothetis, O Pateris Mo. It's a book about her memories, about her father. It was a nice project. Frank Bull is a record collector and archivist. He told me he has 25,000 tapes, records, cassettes, and he founded a small label, Vinyl on Demand, in 2003, and it's located in Friedrichshafen in Germany. And his interests are minimal, synth, industrial, and avant-garde music, mainly in the 1970s or 80s, and he releases only limited editions. Julia Logothetis, I don't think to introduce her to you, but I like this picture. And Matthias Schelander is a composer and contrabassist and also an electronic musician. And he is a part of this electroacoustic duo Rodeka Raketa. On this picture you see this duo with Natasha Gangel, and you will see them tomorrow in the concert when they perform. So, I think it's time for the next world premiere. It's an excerpt of Spatz Mono, and it was released 1981 at the EMS studio in Stockholm. Spatzen means sparrow, sparrow mono. It sounded like sparrows, I think. Okay. Sporiti. Sporiti. Okay. I will tell you something about the steps to make such a record box. First of all, we had to select the recordings. And the Logothetis archive has about 250 tapes, which were digitalized by the Österreichische Mediathek. Mediathek is the sound and video archive on cultural and contemporary history. And they gave Julia the digitalized versions on CDs. And we only had the CDs as source material. And we had first selected 14 CDs, which were concerned to be on the records. Later on, Mattia came to us, and because he's a musician, he has the special ear to hear if there's something wrong, like the velocity of the recordings or such things. And he made the final selection with Julia for mastering. And they were sent to Sweden and came back. And you hear the excerpts are from the master tapes. The problem with vinyl records is that there's a waiting period 9 to 12 months, because the vinyl pressing factories are, you have to wait for a deadline to produce records 12 months, and so there are no records already finished, but we hope they will come soon. This is a draft of the cover of the LP1. It's a premiere also for Julia, because I got the picture only 2 days ago, and it's a first impression how it could be. The booklet I wrote contains text by me and by Julia, mainly out of this booklet, and an extensive discography. And the design has excerpts of the score to Wellenformen, the famous computer music of Logothetis. The recordings span the period of 1960 to 1981. They include, as I mentioned, tanks, experimental studies. 2 records are only material from the EMS studio in Stockholm, and 1 record contains the film music Vampire, but the film was never released, as Julia told me. In total, you get about 4 hours unpublished music by Anestis Logothetis. At least I will give you an outlook. As I said, there's a waiting period for producing records. Frank thinks it will be released late 2022. Has the catalog number 176, and the presentation will be on my working place at the State Library of Vorarlberg. And as Frank told me, he will close his label with the end of 2023. So this box will be one of the last releases of this label. So the last world premiere for you is an excerpt from the film music Vampire, as I told you, and it was realized 1971. So thank you for your attention. And if you want to contact me, write me a mail. Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much to Günter Köllemann for this very rare opportunity to listen to premieres of early electroacoustic works of Anestis Logothetis. Is there any questions for one of the two speakers, either Mrs. Dermendzhieva or Mr. Köllemann? Also, we could take questions through the WebEx from our virtual audience. I personally found fascinating the connection between, so to speak, the origins of Logothetis and the future of through this fantastic publication. So this bridge through the very first session was quite appropriate to reveal the range of references and the range of sensibility in Logothetis' work. Do you need... Okay, we have a question or comment by Anastasia Georgaki.
Yes. Yes, I would like to thank both speakers. Ακούγεται? Εντάξει. I would like to thank both speakers and especially our friend that came from Austria during the lockdown to Athens. I think the approach of dear friend Dermendzhieva, Stanimira, is very good because we find the roots of Anestis Logothetis, go about to history and the micro-cultural activities of the Greeks at the Black Sea during this period. And I would like just to ask you why you don't have any evidences from Logothetis' departure from Burgas to Thessaloniki. It was so difficult to find when they left and why they left, because it was, I think, before the Second World War. Isn't that?
I couldn't find information so far in Bulgarian state archives, nor in the Burgas State Archive, neither in Sofia State Archives. But the director of Burgas State Archive will look in the commercial camera in Burgas for more information about Dimitris Logothetis. I believe the family moved to Greece because many of Greeks, native-born Greeks of Bulgaria, were moving, and maybe for the pressure they felt in Burgas, in the Bulgarian land. The family was wealthy, they had a fabric store, but it doesn't change their desire to return to Greeks, to the motherland. I will find more information for the future conferences.
Do we have any more questions? Oh, I think Julia. Yeah. Julia Logothetis.
Yes, as much as I know from family records, it was the economical pressure on my grandfather's Dimitri, which made him to decide to go to Greece. And it was politically that period in Europe where, you know, fascism was also rising out of that philosophy, but that you move where your language is coming from, and there was a lot of pressure to Greeks in Burgas, as much as I learned afterwards about the situation, that Burgas, the name was Pyrgos originally, and there were people who fled from, many people who fled during the 1820 liberation battles from the Dodecanese. And so my grandmother's family, I know this from records of my grandmother's, of Cleopatra's family, Nicolaou, the name of them. And they were fleeing, they were very wealthy people and going to Burgas. And so that was mainly a Greek colonization then. And they were fleeing, they were refugees, but mostly also wealthy people. And then my grandfather didn't want to move. He was a very internationally open personality, and that's why he also sent my father to Europe. And at that time, when I was 15 and came for the first time to Greece, and people were saying, oh, we also want to go to Europe. And I said, Europe? But you are Europe. So that was a very strange definition for me. And the whole situation was such that that a multicultural aspect you were referring to, and you have now really a solid foundation to speak about it. I've never heard that, but I have learned it because I was speaking with people, and that was very interesting. And I think that really, as Pavlos Antoniadis was pointing out, it made the same impression to me that it really was explaining a lot of not only that multicultural, but that sort of area he was coming from, and that is blocked in the memory of Western culture. In some ways, and I always ask myself, well, how come? Of course, it was then the communist situation in Bulgaria that makes a big point of it, but it's not the only thing. So this is a mixture of what was happening politically and the consciousness of who is a personality coming from there and producing is not yet there. And so this was a very interesting aspect. I think it's really very virtual to understand what multiculturality is really all about, and it's so much linked to politics. I just wanted to point out before the record we heard, The Tank, is a very early electroacoustic record of the 60s. So my father was the first composer of electroacoustics in Vienna with his Phantasmata, the Greek name. And that Tank is all the experimental background, that's why that edition will be very interesting, because it's all the background of the material he was listening, and he was a sort of, now it is called acousmatic, but at that time there was not that term, and that was not understood. The only thing that was understood was that there was the medium of electroacoustic that makes it, but it comes from a different mentality, and that is very interesting to see and to listen to. Thank you very much for the contributions of both of the speakers before me.
And I think, unless we have a last question, I think after this very nice positioning by Julia Logothetis, we can have a very short coffee break, whereas I would invite already Nolan, Hildebrand, Christina Karpodini, and Alexis Porfiriadis to install their files in the computer for the coming session. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, welcome everyone. The second session is rolling from now on. I'm really glad to welcome Mr. Nolan Hildebrand. Nolan is one of the conference's heroes, I have to say, because he traveled all the way from Toronto, Canada. He's a master's student at the University of Toronto to join us here. And he's part of a very exciting panel, eventually, a panel which deals with issues of accessibility, how graphic notation essentially facilitates the democratization of musical intelligence, so to speak. So all three lectures in this session are dealing with this very issue. So we are fine-tuning the last details of this presentation. Give us one more minute. Okay, Nolan, we are ready for you. Thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate your presence here.
Start my timer here. All right. Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here today. I'm very excited to be here. My presentation is entitled Exploring Accessibility, Interpretation, and Communication Through Graphic Scores. Although the 1950s to the late 1970s is generally considered to be the golden age of graphic notation in Western art music, organ music, and other forms of notation, graphic notation can be traced back to the 14th century. From Western medieval vocal music with Baud Cordiier's infamous heart-shaped score to 19th century Tibetan Yan Yig chant, which represents the music's melodies, rhythmic patterns, and instrumental arrangements during ritual performances. Although graphic notation has existed in various forms since the dawn of music notation, in the West, the terms graphic score and graphic notation have come to define the notational practices of experimental composers in the 20th century who use graphic notation to convey information that could not be realized with traditional notation. During the mid-20th century, Western composers began to revisit graphic notation by creating new and exciting visual scores. John Cage and the New York School were some of the earliest proponents of the mid-20th century graphic notation renaissance, with Earl Brown's December 1952 often being cited as one of the earliest examples of graphic notation in the West. Both of these examples would be considered open graphic scores, and the term open relates to Umberto Eco's definition of open works as compositions that often employ intentionally ambiguous music notation. Although Cage coined the term indeterminacy, its actual practice is very similar and sometimes synonymous with the improvisation happening in much jazz music of the time. It's worth noting that Anthony Braxton, who occupies a place within jazz, Western contemporary concert music, and graphic notation, states that, quote, both aleatory and indeterminism are words that have been coined to bypass the word improvisation and as such, the influence of non-white sensibility, end quote. Braxton's comment succinctly contextualizes the social situation of 20th century Western experimental practices of graphic notation and the relationship between the black jazz improvisation community and the white concert music community. Graphic notation takes many forms, from specific pictograms that create sophisticated hieroglyphic systems where symbols have a one-to-one relationship to techniques and or gestures to more abstract open graphic scores where no instructions are given. These are examples from Anthony Braxton's sound gestures from one of his volumes of composition notes. Although these gestures have a one-to-one relationship with their discrete techniques, there's still room for performer freedom and improvisation, which is often the case with these types of graphic score systems. Braxton developed his graphic system based on his tricentric philosophies so that he could maintain form and autonomy in his compositions without dissolving into complete free improvisation. Braxton's extensive symbol list brings up the idea of semantic soundness, discussed by Kat Hope, Lindsay Vickery, and Stuart James in a 2018 article where they say, quote, one important factor contributing to the efficacy of graphic notation is semantic soundness, the degree to which graphical representation makes intuitive sense to the reader rather than necessitating the learning and memorization of new symbols. And it's debatable here whether Braxton's list is too extensive and specific, as you have to really understand his very convoluted and complex tricentric philosophies before really being able to engage with his music properly. Anestis Logothetis' graphic system is perhaps a less daunting example. With this polymorphic notation, he tried to offer performers the possibility to enact music dynamically and unpredictably. Logothetis' system has 3 categories, including pitch symbols, association factors, and action signals. Logothetis' system contains a far less extensive symbol list than Braxton's, and I feel is more intuitive for the reader and performer. The flexibility of Logothetis' system allows room for freedom, improvisation, and interaction, but the instructions, techniques, and legend are still clearly defined. One of the main differences between Logothetis and Braxton is that Braxton's graphic system is almost always confined, or is almost always in the context of Western stavs and systems. Logothetis transcends the traditional Western music score context by creating an abstract graphic score that is not confined to a strict left to right reading, pardon me. So if Braxton and Logothetis are on the more systematic side of the graphic notation spectrum, on the other side we would find more open abstract graphic scores like Mark Applebaum's The Metaphysics of Notation or Cornelius Cardu's Treatise. Open graphic scores such as these differ from Braxton and Logothetis in that there are no instructions given on how to perform the work. After much pleading from the publication company, Cardu retroactively wrote a handbook to accompany Treatise, and Applebaum followed in his footsteps some 35 years later. Both these handbooks illustrate the composer's compositional philosophies and their reasoning for creating these scores, but refrain from giving any prescriptive instructions, and only Cardu offers a few descriptions of past performances. However, Cardu did speak of his desire for the piece to be performed by musical innocents, saying that visual artists and non-musicians would have an easier time interpreting the notation as opposed to someone who had been educated in traditional Western music. Applebaum shows how his graphic symbol can function in ways that are analogous to fundamental compositional conventions, and he does this by illustrating how the form and patterns created in his piece connotes qualities that are common to all music. So this lecture recital is centered around my web-based open graphic score research project that I recently launched. This research project allows me to gather multiple interpretations of the same 4 scores that I can study and analyze. Each interpreter/performer is also asked to complete a questionnaire immediately after their interpretation, and this acts as a subjective interpretation to be used as the starting point for analysis. Performers' subjective interpretations of open graphic notation is the ideal starting point for analysis because it contextualizes the semantic soundness of the graphic notation. So this research project is centered around 3 main research questions. First, how and why are graphic and other alternative notation techniques becoming the preferred method for musicians communicating written music online? In the 21st century, digital technology like streaming services and online libraries allow for the rapid dissemination of music and scores around the world. However, despite the ubiquity of traditional Western scores and music, a rethinking of music notation's accessibility and its role supporting contemporary digital practice is still needed. Second, how do graphic scores' accessibility support multiple correct interpretations when performed by artists from diverse musical styles and backgrounds? Here, accessibility refers to how graphic notation allows performers from different musical backgrounds to be able to play from the same score together, whether they be traditional Western music notation readers, improvisers who play with and without notation, and non-music reading musicians. Third, how, if at all, do graphic scores retain any perceptible aural identity from one performance to the next? Although Virginia Anderson has successfully illustrated how Earl Brown's 4 systems can retain a distinct aural identity over subsequent performances, more complex graphic scores like Applebaum's are often considered to be incompatible with analysis because they support endless correct interpretations. These research questions and my research project will help to increase notational accessibility by encouraging collaboration between artists and musicians from different musical and artistic backgrounds. Cat Hope states that graphic and animated notation utilize current contemporary digital technologies, making notation accessible and easy to share, and more importantly, offer the possibility of a more collaborative, democratic, and world-encompassing approach to music notation that could bring together musicians from different styles, empowering musical praxis for both performers and audiences. So composers such as Applebaum and Lars Brondum discuss musical decisions with performers in rehearsals and post-performance to illustrate how their subjective interpretations act as the basis for analyzing the graphic symbols. For example, Applebaum explains how a performer became frustrated and didn't know what to do when interpreting a pictograph of an airplane in the metaphysics of notation and decided to take flight and move to a different section of the score to search for new inspiration. Applebaum describes this choice as a perfectly appropriate interpretation of his piece. Brondum takes us a step further by interviewing and questioning performers to gather the specifics of how the graphic notation informed their playing and vice versa. And I plan to develop the performer's subjective analyses further by utilizing aspects of Lasse Thoreson's oral sonology system of musical analysis. So this is one of my graphic scores from my research project, and I recently did a talk in Toronto where I had two players interpret the piece, and then we did an on-stage interview, so I'm going to play the performance of that. first question, what is your musical background and how much experience do you have with graphic notation and playing the piano?
Okay, so I am actually a percussion person that so with graphic notation, this is the first one that I actually did. That's full graphic notation. I have done some.
Okay, unfortunately I don't have time to play the interview. So I interviewed, there was 2 performances, interviewed both performers after and just discussed these questions and got their responses to them. So these were the questions that I asked Jasmine and Vivian. That was Vivian Kwok who played that interpretation. And you can go on my YouTube channel to see their answers if you like. Performers' subjective interpretations of open graphic notation is the ideal starting point for analysis because it contextualizes the semantic soundness of the graphic notation. Graphic notation allows performers to actively participate in the compositional process, but at the same time, a certain type of auteur can be retained through the creation of a score. This can be seen with Anthony Braxton and Anestis Logothetis, whose graphic scores allow their compositions to maintain form and autonomy without dissolving into complete free improvisation. I maintain that through personal aesthetic and a critical concern of form, more open abstract graphic scores like Applebaum's and Carty's can maintain the specific type of auteur. My research and analysis through performer interpretation will further explore music analysis and the relationship between composers, performers, and music theorists. More importantly, this practice-based research will explore how graphic notation's multiplicity of interpretations creates a musical situation that is more accessible and democratic than traditional Western notation. My research will therefore increase notational accessibility by encouraging collaboration between artists and musicians from different backgrounds. I will continue to conduct my research in a web-based format to make the research and materials more widely accessible to the public. So further analysis and research, I want to eventually combine these subjective performer interpretations with a little bit more of objective music analysis. So I'm going to use aspects of Lasse Thoreson's oral sonology. He's a professor at the University of Norway. His system is useful for creating a comprehensive method for analyzing open graphic notation. This approach is particularly useful for dealing with music for which there is no score available, electroacoustic music, or instrumental music for which there is no simple one-to-one correspondence between score and aural phenomena, i.e. open graphic scores. The performer's subjective answers, together with the more objective aural sonology system of analysis, will ideally create a comprehensive method, as I mentioned. So further research, I plan to use my open graphic score project as material for future compositions, both acousmatic pieces and electroacoustic pieces with performers. This process will create a type of reinterpretation feedback loop between performers and connect people from disparate artistic practices to create a situation where novice performers can interact and influence professional performers. For example, a hobby electric guitarist who has no formal music training could produce a noisy, distorted interpretation of one of my open graphic scores, and I could then analyze this with software, create a spectrogram that could be translated and reinterpreted into more traditional Western music notation and could be played by an orchestra, for example. And if you would like to participate, I'd love to talk with you and just talk about the project. I'd like to thank the performers from the video, Dr. Anastasia Georgaki, who originally informed me about this symposium, and everyone else who helped make the symposium possible, my supervisor, Dr. Elliot Britton, and a little bibliography. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nolan, for this amazingly diverse presentation of forms of graphic notation and the way they enable accessibility. I hope you might be able to join us later for the roundtable where we will be exploring essentially the origins of this accessibility. So what are exactly the features of this sort of notation that enable this different function? And I would suggest we keep all questions for later, and we invite now Christina Karpodini, who is making also a very significant contribution looking at how graphical scores, like Logothetis scores, can become accessible to visually impaired people. So that's a very exciting aspect as well, because one very prominent characteristic is the ocular centrism, the prominence of visual characteristics in such graphic notations. So we are really looking forward to Christina's presentation. Christina is coming from Goldsmiths University in London, where she's doing a master's, if I'm not wrong, in media composition, multimedia composition.
Hello, everyone.
Excuse me, we do have a square in your presentation, which is visible also. I don't know if we need to live with that or if we could get rid of that, actually. Yeah, that's so much better. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. My presentation today is about the research project I started while studying in Goldsmiths University of London at Computational Arts, with the title Making Graphical Scores Accessible to Visually Impaired People, an interactive installation for Logothetis Odyssey. So before I start, I would like to introduce you to the topics that I will be talking today. With part one, we will be talking about the graphical scores with focus in Anestis Logothetis work. And part two, it will be focused in visual impairment and the existing assistive technology. Part three will be a research regarding accessibility in art, the human-computer interaction, existing projects and researches. Part four will be dedicated to the importance of the sense of touch. And on the last section, I will be presenting my piece Blocks Sound, as well as the work in progress Logothetis Sound, which aims to put in practice the outcome of this literature review. So graphic scores is one of the most characteristic innovations of the music composition on the post-war world. And new notation systems that uses symbols, images, and text instead of notes in the traditional 5 lines as we know them, and gives the freedom to the composers and performers to perform the music as they see it and as they imagine it. At the same time, these new scores have an artistic value and aesthetics on their own, as they are visual art pieces. Specifically for Anestis Logothetis, graphic notation gave him also the possibility to add new sonic features to his scores, like timbre, flexible form, time, and speciality. And with his words, as referred to Vavelli and Georgaki paper, when a piece of paper is used as a space for representing a sonic event, every point and line is brought into relationship with the entire surface. The arbitrary correspondence between surface and symbols allows for the temporal association of sonic events and the control of their duration. While out of convention, the positioning of musical events high or low on the paper represents high and low pitches respectively. This sentence has been a main inspiration for my following installation. By extracting key words I developed the structure of the installation that I will be presenting later. And by correlating this notation into digital and computer actions. So in order to develop further my installation, I needed to see analysis of his work and understand better the process and extract symbols that can be tangible. So the analysis and the taxonomy of logothetic symbols by Georgaki and Vavelli helped upon the understanding and the selection of these individual visual structures that can be used for the installation. And specific examples will be presented from his piece Odyssey, which is formed as a piece of a collection of small sections that have their own visual and sonic identity. And this structure were, to begin with this research, easy to redesign in a tangible 3D model. So for this research, I needed to identify the existing assistive technology and how people with visual impairment have access in information. With braille displays, printers, editors, and screen readers, people have access to text information, and these are broadly available. However, since it's only focused to text or music, but the traditional annotational system, this leaves a very big part of the contemporary music still not accessible to those people. And contemporary music is often characterized by the visual factor, either by graphical scoring or even in digital music by the representation of the sound as a waveform. So in order to see how technology can assist to make, to fill this gap and give access to new means of music making, I looked into the human-computer interaction studies. So one might think that the development of technology would offer more opportunities of accessible technology with the use of haptics. However, with a quick look in the history of human-computer interaction design, we will notice that many technological tools for music making especially, or processing, began genuinely accessible with a direct tactile interaction, but then became gradually to total digital and visual representation and graphical representations. As an example of this theory, we can find in the correlation of Paul Doris' 4 interaction stage to the music technology development made by Atao Tanaka. He relates electrical interaction with the analog synthesizers, symbolic interaction with the beginning of audio programming, textual interaction with live coding, and graphical with digital audio workstations and visual representation of sound. During the last 20 years, there has been a great effort from researchers into making contemporary and mostly digital music creation accessible. Through these projects that vary from tools from audio editing, like the haptic wave, processing, like the Soundscope, recording, all the way to haptic musical databases, we can see the complexity of the sound as a material and the challenge in transforming it into a non-graphical form. A great effort and research has been done also in the art sector, with emphasis to visual art, and how the museums and galleries provide accessible alternatives to their exhibitors. And here we meet again the importance of the sense of touch, and how it's becoming the main way to convey a meaning of an art piece. However, the institutes are mostly trying to 3D print paintings or exhibits to provide a tangible alternative. However, researchers has shown that the sense of the touch, it wasn't enough, and for more complex visuals, an audio feedback was to accompany the exhibition was necessary. Focusing on the sense of touch, and through this review, we realized that touch is not just important for visual impaired people, but for everyone, as it actually connects the information, it confirms the information that we get from the other senses. It connects this information with the actual, or the reality. So moving on, I would like to talk more about my projects, which put in action this research. So I will start with presenting this piece, Block Sounds, which is my first experiment with tactile interactive composition. And I will follow with the work in progress, Logothetis sound. Block Sound is an alternative installation which calls participants to compose their own music by positioning little blocks on specified wide area. This installation transforms the traditional musical notation into a playful and tactile experience, where blocks are the notes that participants can simply move across the board and alter the synthesis of the score. The aim of this installation is to introduce participants to musical concepts like pitch, location, high and low, and making interactive music, making tangible and accessible to people with lower and restricted vision. The technology that has been used for this project is based on the use of computer vision. The coordinates of the blocks are being recognized by the computer and translated into individual moments of sonic events. A cursor will scan the points read by the computer vision program from right to left, replicating the way that we read a text or music. And when the cursor reaches the end of the window width, the length of the whiteboard, it will go back to the beginning by mimicking the logic of a step sequencer. And I would like to show you a small video about this piece. Though it's, oops.
Excuse me, we cannot see the image, the video,
sorry,
unfortunately. I think there is an optimization panel in WebEx whereby we can optimize optimize for video and motion.
So share, we'll go to Firefox.
Yes.
It's an audio and video. Okay, that was a pity. I think when the audience here could watch the video, our virtual audience couldn't, and vice versa. But I suggest we keep going and we'll address this problem later.
Okay, I'm so sorry about that. Okay, moving on, challenging this idea of block sounds and while studying graphical scores, I started exploring the way that I could transform logothetis specifically, work in tangible a way and therefore an accessible experience. And the aforementioned analysis by Georgaki and Vabelli facilitates the extraction of the symbols that I used for the design of this installation. And they are from his piece Odyssey. Okay, the first act to digitize these symbols and try to make them in a 3D way, I put them through an Adobe Illustrator program and I extract their features. And using the PhD files, I created an engraving with the use of laser cutting. So you can see on the second column the digital versions, and then on the third the engraved. However, the engravement seems not to work very well, as due to the nature of the wood and also the depth of the engravement. I couldn't myself feel very much the visual. So I moved on to create a 3D print. So with the same files, I extracted, I created a 3D model in the Tinkercad program, and then I 3D printed them with black color for the use of the computer vision later on. And therefore, I have these now that they are pretty, you can understand at least the outline, and it's a first prototype, of course. So next I have a video which I put them on the algorithm for detecting the darkest points of the camera, and it sonifies it, and it's just a test and a proof of concept. So we can hear a little bit of that. We can hear. Oh. All right. So the next steps in this installation is to do a user testing with or without visual impaired people to evaluate this design. Also to work on my musical interpretation consider the use of physical modeling in order to create orchestral sounds and more realistic experience as an alternative, and also work on the computer vision algorithms, considering machine learning for symbols recognition, and see which one facilitates best the experience of the participants. I would like to conclude this talk by some thoughts of how this research can be used in the future, not only for creating tools for making graphical scores accessible to visually impaired, but also motivating further analysis of his work, and make, most importantly, graphic score accessible to education and of all levels and non-musical communities through interactivity and playfulness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christina, for this fantastically creative and imaginative work. I have so many questions for you, but I will keep them for the moment. And I'll invite Alexis Porfiriadis for the last presentation of this session. We're very glad to have him with us. Alexis is a composer with a very long trajectory. He has a PhD from Bath Spa University in England, in the UK. And before that, he studied in Graz at the University of Music and Fine Arts. He has also founded the very first free improvisation ensemble in Greece, the most ancient, Exida Exit is the name, and is still very active as an improviser. And I would say as an expert of graphic and verbal scores. So it's a special pleasure to have him with us. Thank you very much, Alexei.
Hello, thank you, Pavlos, for the introduction. Thank you for having me here. My work since 2008 consists mainly of verbal and graphic scores, or combinations of conventional notation with graphic or verbal notations. I will present a paper under the title From Individuality to Collectivity, Investigating Individual and Collective Processes in Preparing and Performing Open-Form Graphic Scores in the 21st Century. So in the case of the preparation and performance of an open-form graphic score for a group, research questions emerge like: 1. How are the graphics to be musically interpreted? The composer can, for example, give concrete instructions on the interpretation of the graphics, or leave the interpretation free, or anything in between. And 2, who takes the necessary decisions regarding the construction of the form, and when are these decisions taken? Investigating who takes the decisions about the structure of an open form pieces version is the first step in researching 2 parameters of musical composition for groups that are often overlooked. A, the consequences of the composer's decision to use open form regarding the relationships between composer-performer and between performers. And B, the way a score encourages individuality or collaboration and collective decisions between the participants. In most cases, the decisions regarding the way such pieces should be performed are being made either prior to or during the performance. Generally, the decisions about the form could be made by the composer, who giving, for example, alternative paths for the performance, performers individually, the performers as a group, representative or representatives of the group, or a third party like a director. There are cases, of course, that resist a categorization like this. A composer could rehearse together with the performers, or she could participate in the performance of the piece. In these cases, even when the composer does not intend to influence the rehearsal or the performance could be influenced because of his or her status as the composer. There are also pieces in which composers give instructions that could lead to different kinds of preparation and performances. Finally, composers often do not give any instructions on how the players should organize their version of the piece and let people decide if they're going to form their version collectively, individually, or if a person or persons are going to decide for them. In this paper, I will focus on 4 open-form graphic scores composed after 2000 by Catherine Kontz, Daniel Barbiero, Carl Bergström-Nielsen, and myself. I will begin my investigation with Windows 0202 for at least 5 performers, objects, and instruments from 2002 by the English composer Catherine Kontz. The score consists of 1 page presenting 504 small rectangles called windows, and 1 page with performance instructions. 200 of these windows include 1 or more graphics and or note symbols. The interpretation of the graphics included in these windows is in a degree controlled by the composer through concrete or abstract performance instructions like use the object, syllables sounded, spoken or sung, and different kind of noises like clapping noises, beeping noises, noise, whistle noise, etc. The exact way of performing these instructions is individually to decide. The rest 304 windows are empty. Performing an empty window means that the player will have to read the number of the window, for example 417, take the last digit, 7, and count silently in any tempo to that number. Then she moves to the next window. In other words, empty windows are silences. The way of using Catherine's score is following. Each performer chooses a number from 1 to 504 and starts at the window indicated this number. From then on, the performer is free to choose the direction she wants to go, like left, right, up, or down. This means that performers cannot choose windows in a random way anywhere on the score, but they have to go step by step in any direction they want to, depending on the window they started. This decision made by the composer restricts the open form and leads each performer to use a specific part of the score. In other words, both composer and individual performer take the necessary decisions on the performance of Windows 0202. The individual performer may take his or her decisions prior or during the performance. In this way, the composer becomes the creator of a field of opportunities that the individual performer can use to decide on the structure of his or her performance. This changes the relationship between composer and performer in comparison to the situation of a piece with closed form. Performer is a collaborator of the piece's version and has a responsibility for the structure and the final sonic result. Regarding the relationship between performers, each performer works individually, both on the way one is going to translate sonically the graphics, as well as on the part of the score she is going to use for his or her performance. The only instruction that invites performer to actively listen to the other players in the graphic is the graphic instruction, the performer imitates what she hears around him, says Kontz. This is a kind of indirect collaboration, meaning a collaboration where a player takes his or her decisions depending on what the fellow performer plays, but this performer does not know that. Despite this indirect collaboration possibility, in general, Windows 0202 fosters an individual way of performing a piece and does not foster collective decisions on the way a version is going to be built. The second graphic score I'm going to investigate is the principle of paradox for any performers on any instrument by the American composer Daniel Barbiero from 2016. There is a verbal part, 4 pages of the score, and the graphic part, 10 pages of the score of the composition. Both of them, according to Barbiero, are open to the performer's creative interpretation. The graphics of the score may be interpreted as indicating relative pitches and or durations, density of sound, timbre, dynamics, and so forth, says the Barbiero, and the performance at the performer's discretion. The vertical or horizontal orientation of the graphic pages is also led to the discretion of the performer. Using the expressions may be interpreted and so forth, as well as the free choice of the orientation of the graphic pages, Barbiero leaves the interpretation of the graphics practically open for the individual performer to decide. The performance instructions of the score are following. Each player has to individually determine prior to the performance which pages she wants to perform. This is done individually, but each performer should have the same number of pages as every other performer. This can be arranged only collectively, also prior to the performance. According to Barbiero, the sequence of the presented pages may be determined also collectively by the group prior to the performance, or may be left to the individual performer. The duration of each page is determined individually by each performer. The duration of the version may be determined collectively prior to the performance or be left open. Performers play their sequence of pages all the way through or until the preselected time limit has been reached. The principle of paradox is an open form piece that, like in Catherine Conce's pieces, changes the relationship between composer and performer in comparison to the situation of a piece with closed form. Performer is a collaborator of the creation of the piece's version and has a responsibility for the structure and the final sonic result. All necessary decisions regarding the creation of the piece's version are taken by the individual performer as well as by the group, prior as well as during performance. The group can decide if performers are going to work in an individual or in a more collective way. In other words, Barbiero's piece may foster individuality as well as collectivity during preparation and performance. The third graphic score I'm going to present is Alchemy 2 by the Danish composer Carl Bergström Nielsen from 2017. Alchemy 2 is a one-page open-form graphic score with performance instructions. There are 12 boxes, like you see, with graphics, some of them connected. The interpretation of the graphics is in a degree also controlled by the composer through performance instructions like in box 2, little short sharp figures, in box 3, several slow and fast vibrato episodes, in box 4, occasional outbursts of roaring sounds, ridiculously quiet, ridiculously salt and broken, in box 5, move between bubbling and sizzling sound and textures, etc. Performers are invited individually and freely to move during playing between boxes and play according to the performance instructions provided by the composer. Between the and inside boxes, the performer may make pauses whenever she feels there should be one. Pair of boxes 210, 39 and 67, you can see that they have an unbroken colored line between them. This means that the performer of box 2, for example, should seek coordination for some time with the player of the box 10 in any way one finds interesting. When playing elements with dotted lines, performers should listen to the whole group and relate to it. Both instructions are a kind of indirect collaboration. Elements in brown boxes are just to be played ad libitum, meaning one decides in an individual way what she's going to play. On the way the piece should end, Nielsen writes, I quote, "End the piece by common feeling," end of quote. This is a way to ask a kind of collective decision during playing. The players should listen to the group sound carefully while playing and find the point where the piece has to find its ending. Not easy. Performing Alchemy 2, the individual performer should take all necessary decisions prior as well as during the performance. Performer becomes a collaborator of the creation of the piece's version and has a responsibility for the structure and the final sonic result, and this changes the traditional relationship between composer and performer. Regarding the relationship between performers, each performer works mainly individually, both on the way one is going to translate sonically the graphics, as well as the path she's going to use for his or her performance. There are two instructions calling for indirect collaboration, but despite this possibility, in general, Alchemy 2 fosters an individual way of performing a piece and does not foster collective decisions on the way a version is going to be built. The last piece I'm going to present is my verbal graphic score Collective Thoughts from 2014. This is a score consisting of 49 verbally and 49 graphically instructed procedures for song production. Performers, at least 3 persons, are invited to make a group realization of the composition using any amount of this material. The order of procedures and their respective timings should be decided collectively prior to the performance. All decisions about how to structure and perform the piece should be made collectively, not by an individual, through a process of conversation and rehearsal. The verbal and graphic instructions of the score describe always either one sound situation or a procedure which results to a sound situation, like this one or this one, or a process of passing from one sound situation to another, like this one or this one. The members of the group can perform the beginning of the sound changing processes either simultaneously or gradually. There are no specific instructions on the way one may interpret the graphics of the score. The graphics are, like in Barbiero's piece, open to the performer's creative interpretation. While working on the graphic procedures of the piece, though, performers are invited in the instructions to discuss and agree on the ways they will translate the graphics musically. The members of the group do not have to standardize exactly what they are going to do, but they should have an idea of how each member understands the graphics. It is desirable that a minimum of common understanding of the performance of the graphics would be collectively achieved. It is obvious that I take a step back as a composer and let the performers take collectively all the necessary decisions on the performance of collective thoughts. I provide the material and ask them to deal with it as a group. I play the role of a facilitator for the creativity of the group members and the group as a whole, and I do not dictate them exactly what to do. It is all open to their collective decisions. Regarding the relationship between performers, in my piece, the creative process has completely moved from the individual to the group. All necessary decisions while organizing a version of the piece have to be made collectively. The requirement for such collective work during the preparation and performance of my verbal graphic composition calls for group promotive interdependence, meaning that the success and the well-being of each individual in the group improve the chances for success and well-being of the group as a whole. Such collective work also creates a cooperative goal structure, meaning that the individual goals of members are visible and similar. There is no place for hidden agendas or opposed goals. Group has to work closely together and agree on the way they are going to perform this open form piece. In my case, the decision to let the performers use the material provided to construct collectively their performance relies on social and political reasons. I am trying to make a statement of collaboration and collective responsibility between the performers of my scores. I do not write political music, but I would like that the preparation and performance of my pieces become a small example of how people can act in the real world. I am trying to demonstrate that people can act creatively and with the desire to structure their own life and world in collaboration with other human beings without waiting help from any leadership. Although utopian as a view, without this kind of social and political thinking, I could not go on writing music. This way of thinking is very close to Christian Wolff's view on the potential social engagement of music. Wolff writes, this engagement has to do with the relationships of people within groups, where power may or may not be a factor. The latter may involve things like reciprocity, cooperation, and non-hierarchical arrangements, ideas that might be found in political systems like socialism and anarchism, in their pure forms, which are almost never actually realized, through occasionally informal instances might turn up. These are ideals I believe in, and they have affected how my music works and how it is best prepared and performed. In that way, my music could be said to be usable for a social and perhaps political end, though only by analogy or metaphor, for example, by showing non-hierarchical relations within the musical material and its performance. In other words, Wolff asserts that the way music is made, realized, and presented may have a social impact. A musical setting which is structured is not in a non-hierarchical way may constitute an example for such behaviors in real life. Utopian or not, one cannot rule out the case that the collective work of a group of people in structuring their performance could have an exemplary force on how these people will act on their everyday life. Wolff actually asserts that this kind of thinking is, I quote, fairly cautious and not impractical, end of quote. Frederick Rzewski also demonstrates a way of thinking on the social power of music which is similar to that of Wolff. I quote, music probably cannot change the world, but it is a good idea to act as though it could, end of quote. Thank you very much.
And with that very nice touch in the end about the potential molecular political power of music, as I would put it, we've seen three very different takes on accessibility and graphic scores, including, obviously, the pioneering work of Logothetis. And I would invite you now to, I suggest we still take some time for questions. That was a very, very exciting session. And yeah, Julia Logothetis has already one.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting. And the whole discourse could be found also in the work of my father, as I know. And what I wanted to say is, actually, we have forgotten that music, really, when it was the times of rites to have rituals, was the institutionalized way of forming a society. I just went into research because of my own installation, Orpheus, or the Laughter of the Gods, which is also a very old, traditional, cultural, habitual research work. I could find out that music was an imminent and structured way of forming sorts of societies. In Nepal, for instance, the family rituals form the consequences of the whole population. Just for an example. And the other example, as you know very well in Greece, that there was in Platon, my father told me, in Platon, I don't know, in Stadt, in his scripture of Platon, he said about cacophony that there was the Egyptian traditional posture of structuring of music. If it's not followed, it's cacophonia. And so it was even punished. So it was a very strict regime which was constituted in music in old times, but we have forgotten it. But I think the way I was suffering when I was a child going to concerts was like going to a church and having to be still and having to behave in a certain way. And if you go to, tomorrow to my installation, which is the third part of my Orphic art piece, then there is a sort of action I try to put there in respect of the traditional way of our society to manipulate museum and society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very insightful comment. Other questions, comments, thoughts? There is one by Anastasia Georgaki.
Thank you. Thank you for the contribution. I would like to ask Nolan about your notation system. As we have seen the big circles and the resonance in the piano, I couldn't understand if it was a small universe, depending on the frequencies, the registers, and things like that. I haven't understood the way that you treat this information.
Thank you. Yeah, in the interview, Vivian talks a little bit about how she interpreted it and gets a little bit more in depth in it. And unfortunately, the sound wasn't great and you couldn't hear what she was saying. But yeah, she talks about how she interprets it. I think a lot of her playing on the keys was representative of the circles and all the kind of fractaling that was happening in there. And then the kind of connection lines between was all the stuff that she was playing inside the piano. And I think Jasmine, the other performer, interpreted it a little bit more literally and took the black and white of the graphic score as black and white keys, and then kind of took that point of departure. Yeah.
And if there is no other question, maybe I'd love to ask Christina Karpodini. I found fascinating the way you are using latest technologies like sonification, 3D printing, to really address a very hot topic in disability studies as well, and to challenge this ocular-centric understanding. But other than rotating the objects while sonifying, what are the other ways to openly interact with them? That would be my question. Do you think that this sort of algorithmic computer vision, for example, could limit also the paths through a graphics code like that?
Yeah, I think it would be interesting in the next stage to interpretate in a 3D space this graphic notation. So instead of just taking the 2D and lift it and make it tangible, to try to extract some more edges and make it more 3D and add artistically another dimension. So yeah, and then of course there are depth cameras that can detect these polymorphy of this 3D object that could be indeed interpreted more with sonic composition methods. Yeah.
Fantastic. I think you would have lots to talk about with my friend Enrique Tomas from the Tangible Media Lab at the University of Linz in Austria.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and there is another question by Georg Haidu.
Yeah, I wonder. I've been asking myself about the multimodal perception, about how the the transfer information from the graphic to music and back from music to graphic, how much accuracy we can still find in that. That also relates to Anastasia's question, whether it matters or whether it doesn't matter. I think to Logothetis, it did matter. I think his music was not about mere association. He was after something else, and I'm going to talk a little bit about this tomorrow. And so I wonder, of course, anything is possible. Anything. You just, you know, you have a graphical score, you present that to musicians, they will do anything they feel that's adequate. But the question is, still, I think in this context, today and tomorrow, we probably need to address that. The kind of bidirectionality of signs, you know, it's like how much can you retrieve of, you know, listening to his music. I think if you do interpret Logothetis accurately, I think you can retrieve a lot, and you can come up with graphic notations from listening to his music that are fairly similar. I think experiments like this need to be done, and it needs to be thoroughly studied. And I think this also could be a measure for the quality of an interpretation.
Thank you very much, our distinguished speaker, for this great comment.
I totally agree with Georg that Logothetis is very precise in what he's indicating in his course for the frequencies, dynamics, densities of the sound, sometimes timbres, of course, and also space, of course, durations. So this is the reason I asked Nolan about his score, because, of course, your score, for example, or what Christina was trying to transfer in 3D printing, has some limits that maybe everyone can interpret it in a different way, but it has some limits. It's like a small universe, black, I don't know, resonance group that can be transferred in different ways. This is the reason I asked you the registers, if I can understand, and how can the interpret fractalize it, because you speak about fractals and stuff. And the same is for Christina. That is a very nice idea, transfer these special designs that have also, if you want, imagination inside that, about the Odyssey and all the tribulations and the crosses and things like that. But how can you sonify them in order to tell to the blind people, here is an information, here is a story? You know, it's very difficult to make the semantic approach through the audio.
Machine learning and simple recognition in order to give a more strict correlation between the object and the original sound, perhaps. So instead of sonifying, one option is focusing straight to how we will make these scores tangible, and just stick to the original interpretations of Logothetis and existing recordings. So with symbol recognition, the computer will actually play the one of the interpretations of a specific symbol. So one approach is that. Another one will be a more complicated sonification program, which is based on analysis of all these interpretations. But of course, that's an even bigger research procedure.
Okay, excellent. And with that, I think we can have another short coffee break because we are already running quite late. Thank you very much to our three speakers for this exciting session. And we'll be back with a session on Logothetis aesthetics in about 10 to 15 minutes. I invite all speakers, physical or virtual, to prepare their talks, either on WebEx or here on the conference computer. Thank you.
So, yes, we're continuing with a session in a more theoretical way about aesthetics of logothetis. Our next session deals with the musical aesthetics of logothetis, three different aspects. The experimental will be discussed, and the visual and the linguistic aspect of his thinking and practicing. I invite Danai Stefanou, is a professor in Thessaloniki, associate professor in the School of Music Studies in Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. Danai, please.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay. And I'm really sorry I can't be with you in person as I originally planned. Thank you for this WebEx connection. I will start sharing now and hopefully, I'm sorry. Okay. So first mentions of experimental music in the Greek press can be traced back to the early 1960s. Experimentalism was understood as synonymous with electronic music then, and musique concrète in particular. The music of Yannis Xenakis was repeatedly referenced as a key example at that time, and this understanding was in line with the concept of music as a series of sonic experiments, first proposed but crucially later renounced by Pierre Schaeffer around 1953. Experimental music was envisaged as a music of the future, dystopian but infinitely fascinating. It could be produced in laboratory settings, and it was emergent out of the brave new world of technologies and techniques made available after the Second World War. The experimental composer was a personification of masculine creative freedom and unmediated compositional control, pretty much like this picture of Schaeffer can tell us, not so much like the picture that we just looked at in this 1961 article, which still has a pianist as an illustration. No longer constrained by the limited capacities of performers and instruments, this experimental composer does not use the usual expressive means, writes Sakis Papadimitriou in 1963. Crucially, he is an improvising pianist, still active today. He picks his material from nature and electronic devices. He wants to render with greater accuracy, but also with honesty, what he has conceived. He's no longer interested whether his compositions will be playable by the little girls who study music at the conservatory. Wary of performances, mistrustful of performers, these first representations of experimentalism in Greece glorified accuracy, control, and self-sufficiency in ways much closer to the European avant-garde of the 1950s than the Cagean conceptual framework of an act, the outcome of which is unknown. This is the famous John Cage definition of experimental music. Performance indeterminacy, intermedia, improvisation were nowhere to be found in such initial discussions, despite occasional references to North American composers for their timbral or mechanical innovations. In February 1964, however, the musicologist John G. Papaioannou gave a lecture presentation entitled John Cage and Experimental Music at the Goethe Institute Athens. This was probably the first systematic attempt to introduce American experimentalism to the otherwise largely European avant-garde dominated series of new music seminars at the Goethe Institute, the first Goethe Institute to be established in Southern Europe. In his review of the event, composer and critic George Liotsakos proclaimed Cage, and this was all in the same text, a, quote, highly intelligent clown, a sonic playboy, and the Dalai Lama of anti-arts, to conclude that the, quote, works, and this was in inverted commas, the works of the New York School may bear some momentary charm, but are certainly not art. We witnessed, wrote Leotakos, a world of overly optimist and deeply naive music makers, cut off from any sense of history, who think that the important thing in art is not what we have to say, but rather how we will say it. This how of theirs acquires an infantile simplicity, which raises worries over the very future of musical culture. This was a context in which indeterminacy and intermedia made their unlikely appearance within Greek institutional circles. Far from expressing an isolated position of critique, Leotakos would soon become the local avant-garde's mainstream voice of dissent against such practices, a role which has been fervently and consistently maintained ever since. In the spring of 1966, Anestis Logothetis' Odyssey received its first performance in Greece during the first Hellenic Week of Contemporary Music. In his review of the event, Leotakos consciously avoided referring to Odyssey as a composition or even a ballet as the composer himself had subtitled it. Instead, he made an explicit point of preferring to consider the piece a, quote, group improvisation. In doing so, he was not only questioning the level of authority that a composer could claim over an open work, but also undermining the very capacity of such a product to be considered a work of music. Just as Cajun experimentation was, quote, certainly not art, so was Logothetis' take on open form now failing to be qualified as a musical composition. Group improvisation was deemed inferior to the act of composing music, and the collective agency of a performing ensemble was seen not just as extraneous, but also potentially harmful to the pure agency of a singular compositional authority. Logothetis' approach has actually received enthusiastic institutional acclaim in the early 1960s, most evidently manifested in the shared prize that he received alongside Yannis Xenakis at the Athens Technological Institute composition competition in 1962. Leotakos was actually a contestant in this composition competition and received an honorable mention, in fact. However, the Greek press repeatedly voiced skepticism on the validity of Logothetis' approach. In March 1963, the premiere of Menandros at the International New Music Days in Palermo had been reviewed anonymously at Vima newspaper under the catchy title, Music Without Notes, but with Symbols. There, the reviewer had quite sarcastically and dismissively referred to experimentalists as the new Beethovens, whose achievements nonetheless paled in comparison to those of classical composers. This generation, the article suggested, cared little about the centuries of craftsmanship developed by past composers who painstakingly and definitively conveyed the musical ideas on paper. Rather, scores like Menandros were now not even intended to be read and understood as musical texts, but merely visually apprehended as images. They could be played by virtually anyone and performed, quote, in any way one fancies. For critics, this was evidently a dangerous and deteriorative turn for new music. Now, John Cage had presented his famous lecture performance on composition as process at the Darmstadt Summer Courses for New Music in September 1958. The event had been a turning point for a number of younger composers who would soon begin experimenting with various degrees of formal openness. And Logothetis, already an Austrian citizen since 1952, was one of the most deeply impressed composers in the audience. We know this from accounts by other composers like Ligeti. Cage's aphorisms on the importance of real time in contemporary music and the possibilities opened by the proportional abstract notations experiments of the New York School composers had struck a particular chord with the composers, which remained resonant for years to come. Nevertheless, Logothetis himself was not immune to the concerns voiced in these aforementioned reviews in Greece. During the 1960s and 70s, not only would he intensify efforts to theorize on his notational system, but gradually his graphic scores also began including more specific restrictions, culminating in a more or less standardized instruction page repeated at the end of every score, where the composer explicitly dissociated his intentions from improvisation. Performers were often allowed to begin or end anywhere, within a given section, but their input would have to remain interpretative rather than co-creative. Addressing potential performers of his work, Logothetis thus described his own drawings as representations of sound already conceptualized, rather than as evocations of sound unheard. His polymorphic notation was an original exploratory practice between sound and image, and it employed a form of scoring developed to explore the fluidity of multiple interpretations. But it also sought to restrict real-time possibilities to a bare minimum during performance. This somewhat paradoxical pursuit often resulted in almost self-defeating tension, which international critics did not always fail to pick up on. In a 1968 review of Labyrinthos, alongside other newly published graphic scores by Kagel, Berio, Berberian, and others, Roger Smalley writes, "Standards are dropping rapidly now. Labyrinthos by the Anestis Logothetis consists of a single labyrinthine drawing filled with numerous and very pretty graphics. It can be played by any number of any instruments. What would it sound like? Well, I imagine it would sound like any number of any instruments improvising," which is a pity, because the composer writes, "This type of drawing is intended to represent occurrences of sound character. It is not intended as a means of improvisation." This is the famous instruction that became a staple item on the instruction page in most Logothetis score after a while. Now, the pity for Smalley was that this was easier to conceive of as a self-contained work of visual art than as an open musical work. So rather than aiming at evoking free sonic associations among performers, this painstakingly elaborate form of notation came across as highly permissive to the composer, but avowedly restrictive to the performer. Eventually, through the publication of the Zeichen essay in 1974, Logothetis' notational approach was formally laid out as a system of discrete units. At that point, and in the subsequent notes that he prepared for the visual exhibition of his work in Athens, and we will probably hear more about that in the next paper, the composer systematized and consolidated his views on what he termed polymorphic composition. And this multimodal approach was aided by the tripartite notational model comprising ordinary pitch symbols, signals to action, and factors associated with physical properties of sound. But by that point, the majority of his graphic works had also become visually standardized, mostly as one-page illustrations of these notational models. Notably, this condensed presentation also made the works easier to exhibit in visual arts contexts. So this opportunity did arise both in Greece and Austria during the 1970s and 80s, and has inspired an increasing number of curators, directors, and arts organizers in recent years. We have already spoken of some of these examples, and I'm sure this conference will lead to some more. Overall, it appears that the visuality of graphic notation may have been a more important motive for extending notational paradigms in Greek composition than the performative implications of this shift. And to that end, the influence of Earl Brown's graphic notation in particular appears to have also held a catalytic, albeit still quite scarcely documented role for Greek composers. I'm not going to go into too much detail about this work. This is all part of a chapter that has remained in press for several years, but hopefully will eventually come out. But we do know that Brown's Folio 4 Systems was one of the pieces that Logothetis would have encountered during the Cage-Darmstadt lecture. It was reintroduced by Papaioannou in the 1964 talk in Greece, so Greek composers became more aware of it, and then Brown himself was invited to participate at the Second Hellenic Music Week in 1967, where he also conducted Logothetis' 1.65 AL alongside many of his works, including December 1952. And in particular, December 1952, with this emblematically abstract notation, has been informally quoted in several graphic scores by Greek composers. In Odyssey, we do see a tip of the hat kind of tribute in the form of vertical and horizontal rectangles in one of the groups, and a similar pattern appears in Theodor Antoniou's Hieronomias Gestures, which is subtitled Conductor's Improvisation. Crucially, the way that Antoniou uses it is that he actually references the score, something like Brown's December 1952, he says, and he also distinguishes in the score and in his instructions between what he calls musical and normal sounds. So normal sounds for the purposes of Antoniou's score are abstractions that cannot be pinned down to familiar tonal or rhythmic gestures and reference, and therefore normal is taken to imply, standard and natural sonic phenomena, but in any case, something altogether different from musical sounds. In his own notes on December 1952, Brown remarks that while his music bore great affinity to the aleatoric compositions of other New York School composers like Cage, Feldman, and Wolf, there was also a marked difference between them. Brown's own musical background was in jazz trumpet, and his entry point into music was not by writing music, but by improvising. This shaped the very concept of music for him as a primarily performance-based, flexible, and improvisatory endeavor. I am not so much interested in the piece ultimately becoming a monument, Brown wrote of December 1952, as I am in the piece existing as a kind of field of the activity of music making, which can exist between sympathetic and reasonable kinds of people. However, young Greek graphic score composers in the 1960s simply did not consider themselves on a par with their contemporary performers, and there has been some documentation of that, even in texts by Stefanos Vassiliadis and others involved in new music during those decades. They were not so interested in setting up fields of activity for potential music makers out there as in creating stable reference points from themselves, in an effort to delimit rather than enable performance indeterminacy. For most, perhaps with the exception of Yanni Christou in his epicycle, open form materialized in quite opposing ways to what the New York School composers were advocating in the early 1950s, not as a death of the author, or as a challenge to abdicate compositional authority and control over a sonic end product, but rather as a vehicle for attaining maximized, freer self-expression on the compositional level. It has taken several decades since those uneasy beginnings for examples of extended notation, indeterminacy, and open form to be considered as something other than one-off rarities and start entering Greek conservatoire and university curricula. And perhaps understandably, initial aesthetic and analytical perspectives on Greek experimentalism did tend to exoticize the theatrical, visual, or more broadly intermedial aspects of these creations. The idea was that this was a quite exceptional context that could be compared to nothing. Fortunately, younger generations of Greek-speaking scholars, many of whom are actually involved in this conference, have been attempting to provide a somewhat more international context for such examples. So already in the 2014 Oxford Music Online update, Logothetis is listed as a composer, media artist, music theorist, and writer, who along with Earl Brown, Silvano Bussotti, and John Cage pioneered the use of visual symbols in musical notation after World War II. Already this is a huge step in contextualizing, but at the same time, it remains a lip service of names that could be further investigated in terms of their contextual relationship and aesthetic affinities or non-affinities to the work of Logothetis and other composers that grappled with indeterminacy in the 1960s. Analytical approaches to Logothetis have also risen in frequency over the last decade, but crucially, many of those still maintain a top-down relationship between composition and performance. So it is always the compositional idea that is expressed in performance in a relationship that may allow for feedback from the performers, but nonetheless is always trickling down to the performance rather than upwards from the performance to the composition in a fully hybrid way. This hybrid model has been suggested more recently by theorists such as Panos Vlagopoulos, Claudia Monchini, and also from a performer viewpoint by Mike McInerney, who also crucially suggests that in the loosening of control from the composer's side of the equation, authority over the sonic result is not diffused to the performers, but relegated to the score. So already this is a different kind of dynamic. But where musicologists retain the musical and extra-musical duality in their analysis, it is mostly art historians, like, for instance, Evgeny Alexakis, who stress the importance of multimodality and hybrid forms. Indeed, the impact of Greek intermediate arts of the same generation as Logothetis and other graphic score composers has scarcely been addressed by music researchers. The latter has only gradually become evident thanks to recent work by art historians and literary critics, like Hondrou, Veleni, Hamaleni, Konopoulion, Valden, Alexaki, as previously mentioned, Souzas and Miles. So I would like to finish this talk by arguing that a focus on intermedial approaches may in fact have a lot more to reveal for the study of Greek experimental music history than attempts concerned exclusively with developments in score-based interpretation. This could include examples such as the collaborator between the sculptor Takis and O. Brown to produce Sound of Void, the first in a series of musical sculptures using electromagnetic waves to produce unpredictable patterns of repetitive sound. It could include cases like the painter Kosmas Xenakis, brother of Yannis Xenakis, who was probably the first non-musician invited to present his own composition, a multimodal and largely open form happening entitled Epivoli during the 4th Hellenic Music Week. And arguably, he was also, through his notes, we see that very, very glad and grateful that he was given that opportunity. He did not consider that granted, given that he was not musical in background. And then there is the 1960s underground and its complex interweavings with a world of institutionally supported avant-gardes. A contemporary of Logothetis, Xenakis, and Christou, the poet and DIY publisher Leonidas Christakis, is a case in point. Christakis not only pioneered the use of schizopoetics, a type of hybrid sound poetry closely related to Dadaism, but he may have also been the first precursor to Fluxus-style actions and happenings in Greece as early as 1958, when he formally invited friends to make their own kites and fly them on Ash Monday. It was the same year that the concept of the happening was described and theoretically articulated as this distinct art form in the US by Alan Capro. So this is quite a significant sort of marker. Crucially, Christakis has been the subject of many urban legends, one of which has been repeatedly referenced both by himself and various of his collaborators. The urban legend goes that he was responsible for the leak, the newspaper leak, of a list comprising all of the Ford Foundation's grants to Greek artists and institutions during the military dictatorship in Greece. And that, of course, included the Hellenic Association for Contemporary Music. The Dutch violinist and painter Seth Emon was also a case in point if we are going to look for intermediate associations in this history. Emon was an Auschwitz survivor who, due to injury-related health problems, spent a good part of every year in Athens during the 1950s and 1960s, with critics repeatedly noting the musicality implicit in her visual works. Since her first major exhibition in Paris in 1955, Emon eventually turned to her own system of scoring, which she developed between 1958 and 1965, and may have well been the first European example of a so-called integrated approach, a type of intermediate system between scoring and painting. Emon created hundreds of paintings and scores during the years to follow, several of which were performed by contemporary music ensembles. While not a Greek composer in the sense that national, disciplinary, and gendered narratives might dictate, Emon was very much a composer in Greece, and more so than Xenakis or Logothetis in terms of everyday physical presence in Athens during the 1960s. She was also visible and active in the same circles as the aforementioned composers. In 1966, her work, Linon de l'Antoine, was exhibited and performed by Manos Chaldaeakis' Athens Experimental Orchestra under his own baton during the first Hellenic Week of Contemporary Music. In 1965, it even appears that pianist and composer Nikos Astrinidis composed an improvisation on 3 paintings by Seth Emon. It is more than likely that composers like Logothetis or Christou, for instance, both in the same generation and both featured in the same 1966 Contemporary Music Week, were at least aware of Emon's work during their heyday, just as it is quite possible that the simultaneous activity of underground publishers and poets like Christakis, attending similar events, frequenting the same neighborhoods in downtown Athens, would not have completely passed them by. Beyond the certainties of compositional control and interpretative accuracy, a multiplicity of experimental currents flourished, both above and below the radar of post-war music institutions. But in a story of extended national identity, which locates Greekness well beyond national borders when it comes to distinguished male composers, it has also been surprisingly easy for other artists, particularly women, non-composers, and non-Greek nationals living within Greece, to go unnoticed. Broadening the frame of historical and analytical research on Greek experimentalism raises significant questions of geography, locality, gender, and positionality. This is a field where the relationship between sound, gender, notation, this is a field where the relationship between sound, performance, notation, and composition is based on openness rather than codependence. And if this premise still appears threatening in 2021, it is useful to consider why. Thank you very much.
In December 1975, Asadur Bakharian's Athenian gallery, Ora, hosted a big exhibition dedicated to Anestis Logothetis. The curators were Stathis Logothetis, visual artist and the younger composer's brother, and amateur musicologist and avant-garde promoter, John Papaianou. The exhibition was part of a series of portraits of contemporary Greek composers inaugurated by the ESIM, the Hellenic Association for Contemporary Music, which was the Greek chapter of the International Society for Contemporary Music. The Logothetis portrait, the second in the series after the first one dedicated to Xenakis, coincided with the 10th anniversary from the official founding of ESIM in 1965. It included also 3 concerts, thus aiming at a comprehensive presentation of the Vienna-based Greek composer. Among the works performed, there were 3 first world performances: Strophalos of 1972, Apollonion of 1975, and Yatinora of 1975 also. One of them, Yatinora, which its title is a pan, it's a phrase meaning both for the time being and dedicated to the Ora Gallery, was a command by ESIM to Logothetis, and probably on Papaianou's suggestion, it was performed exclusively on folk instruments. Logothetis writes in a program note in an optimistic vein, matched only by Papaianous. More on that later. I quote, "For my 22 December Athens concert of Yatinora, I used gypsy musicians. From the first moment we met for rehearsal, they told me they could not read conventional notation. As soon as I showed them how to read graphic notation, they accepted on the spot, and I had no difficulty to conduct the work. And what's more, we did so staying close to the score without resorting to improvisation." The emphasis is mine here in the italics. The first manifestations of the new art of graphic notation, as we heard repeatedly up to now, should take us back to exactly 23 years before, in December 1952, and Earl Brown's namesake composition. While Logothetis' first ventures to this direction date from the end of the 50s, for example, Textur, Struktur, Spiegel, Spiel of 1959, since the 60s also combined with the collaboration with the Viennese Actionismus artists such as Otto Mühl and Hermann Nitsch. Greek artists began to experiment with intermediality and performance art from the late 60s on, mostly at the instigation of John Papaianou, but also independently. To name a few, the performances by Lida Papakonstantinou, Kosmas Xenakis' Επιβολή Πολύτεχνη Παράσταση of 1971, who had before taken part in Yanni Christou's multi-layered happening Epicycle of 1968, with among other participants, performance and visual artist Grigoris Semitekolo, also the central figure in Yanni Christou's The Pianist of 1969, Pandelis Xagoraris' Transformations, for the Doxiadis Athens Technological Institute of 1967, and Transformations 2 at Goethe Institute, 1971. Nikos Zouboulis' Happening of 1975 with music by Stefanos Vasiliadis, a friend and collaborator of Papaioannou. In the same year, 1975, Anestis contributed the musical part to in his brother installation with the title Correlations in the Desmos Gallery, cum accompanying performance at the experimental Apollonian settlement built by the avant-garde architect Konstantinos Doxiadis in Porto Rafti. The work was dedicated to the memory of Doxiadis, who had passed away the previous June, 1975, who was also the dedicatee of Dinapolis of 1963, one of Logothetis' more complex and important works. In 1975, Logothetis, with the help of his brother Stathis and his friend John Papaioannou, was introduced to the Greek art world with the bulk of his artistic and intellectual outputs through a series of concerts and an exposition in an art gallery, Ora, with graphic notation as his cheval de guerre. The precedent in graphic notation on the Greek side should name Yanni Christou, who employed graphic notation since the 1966 Praxis for 12, with whom probably Anestis entertained an amicable relation, as we know for sure Stathis did. And Konstantinos Xenakis on the visual art side with his enigmatic, hermeneutically opaque notations. Logothetis' new art of graphic notation played a central role in the intermedial turn, which was characteristic of the era, as the two texts make clear that make up the central part of the Ora exhibition's catalog. On musical notation by Anestis Logothetis and a novel type of organization of an exciting original sound world by John Papaioannou. Papaioannou's text sets out to introduce Logothetis to an informed Athenian audience by both establishing a specifically Greek genealogy and focusing on the distinguishing personal aspects of his work. He goes about the first of these objectives by naming Greek avant-garde composers, reaching back even to Skalkotas in another feat of his usual styles, hyperbole figures. Then, while elaborating towards his second objective, he praises the polymorphic notation's potential for creating exciting new sound worlds. Papaioannou assures us in his trademark epistemological optimism that Logothetis' notation works better than any other graphic notation. More excellent renderings by more available musicians are made possible, while interpreters themselves prefer it, finding a particular joy in its use. Some days after these lines were written, Papaioannou expressed in the aforementioned 1975 bulletin of the SIM a similar enthusiastic attitude in his non-signed comments on the previous Xenakis portrait, where he says that Xenakis, Habashnik, and the Cologne choir all ascertained that the crowd gathered in the Xenakis weeks was one of the biggest in comparison to any concert or festival or any other type of event in any country, that the enthusiasm and music intelligence of the Greek public was something entirely new to them, etc., etc. I'll get back to Papaioannou's optimism or naivete, if you like, later in this paper. Logothetis wrote on musical notation specifically for the Ora exhibition catalog, thus offering an English and Greek summary of his Zeichen als Aggregatzustand der Musik, which had appeared in German the previous year, in 1974. For Logothetis, between music and notation, there is an authentic dialectical relationship. Notation can be employed in order to record an existing music, but it can also serve as the condition of possibility for the creation of new, unheard of music. Music impossible to have existed without this very notation. There is an intimate relationship between music and relevant notation, and for example, to use traditional stuff staff notation for an open form work, such as the ones by Brown or Logothetis, would be as absurd as to try to notate graphically a work by Beethoven. Papaioannou too makes this central point in his text and stresses, I quote, "The new notation was not introduced for its own sake, but in order to generate a novel type of music," end of quote. Next, Logothetis wants to vouch for the difference between his own approach and Earl Brown's earlier one. He goes to some lengths to establish this difference as one which safeguards the authorial rights and responsibility of the composer. I quote, "The possibility of improvising with all due respect to its liberating role was not what captivated my imagination," unquote. The target here is Earl Brown's explicit references to collective improvisation, as well as his background as a jazz musician. Later on, Logothetis speaks about wanting to create, I quote, "something restrictive that takes into account the different reactions of the interpreters, from which, through feedback, the multiformity emerges of what is compulsorily read," unquote. Holomorphy would then emerge. Logothetis uses for clarification a comparison of the music compatible with such notation with sculpture. The music envisaged by him relates to traditional notation as sculpture relates to, I quote, "fixations of motivic work in a painting," unquote. The viewing of a work of sculpture, its performance, as it were, is understood as a, I quote, "a union of its most different surfaces, revealing, according to the vantage point of the viewer, the one or the other surface," end of quote. The new notation must be able to capture this. A traditional notation if put to serve this novel type of music, would produce but a faint holomorphism. The taxonomy of signs he goes on to introduce as a means to realize his vision with its paradox combination of compulsivity and free association is threefold: symbols, association, signs, and signals. Logothetis is thus cementing his differentiation from Brown's signs, whose mission is to trigger improvisation. By situating definitively his conception on the communicative side, he ends up formulating a system much like the threefold taxonomies of Charles Saunders Peirce: symbols, icons, and indices. However, on a closer look, Logothetis is actually a pseudo-trichotomy. It is actually a dichotomy, since his association signs are distinguished from signals mainly by external stylization, while they are both tapping on the associative capacities of the performers. In other words, it's more a difference in degree. And B, by being generally associative in nature, they both stand against the conventionality of symbols. We can imagine a basically two-geared distinction, say symbols on the conventional side and signals on the associative metaphorical side, with what Logothetis called association signs as a middle intermediary term. In some, Logothetis seems to harness a Peircean trichotomy to serve not all communicative needs and functions, like Peirce, but concrete musical ones. Now, an important aspect of this proposed notation is its self-restriction to the one page, one sheet of paper for each composition, he says, and he continues, exactly as an architectural plan which is now transferred to sound events. On this sheet, the signs are to be read in any direction, end of quote. The one-page policy is related to the intended complete transformation of time into topological space. That's another favorite word in Logothetis' discourse, which again unleashes unending possibilities in the ways for the score to be read, while at the same time the mortal danger of arbitrariness in Logothetis' words, let everybody play what he wants, is avoided by the guidelines embedded in the individual signs. In this sense, his notation facilitates the communicative idea not only between composer and musicians, but also between the arts, music, painting, sculpture, architecture. That's the affiche of the common status and Anestis installation. These are from the catalog, from the Aura catalog, Papayanus text, and that's one of the scores that were displayed or edited in the catalog. In 1975, Greece In 1975, Greece had just entered the period following the fall of the military junta, the so-called Metapolitevsi. After the unexpected flowering of avant-garde music during the junta, a side effect of American Cold War cultural policies, and despite the junta's powerful backward blow and caesura in all other things cultural, Papayanus' avant-garde intermedial vision was in full swing. Thanks to his unabated enthusiasm, often with a tinge of eccentric naiveness or naive eccentricity, sometimes paralleled by similar qualities in the artists themselves, and despite his occasional oddball views, avant-garde's intermedial perspectives in 1975 Greece seemed rosy. In 1976, the last of the sim weeks of contemporary music took place. In 1978, the Xanakis Mycene Polytope followed. The traces of Papayanus' intermedial vision, who passed away in 2000, of an all-inclusive, optimist, avant-gardist art lie dormant in the dust of the Xime archive. To be sure, this legacy will be a powerful source of inspiration to be explored in the years to come. And I would like to invite all of you who are in Athens to visit the running Xime commemoratory exhibition at the Conservatory of Athens. This was it, and it is clear that I gravitated between making a purely aesthetic contribution, but I used for this the text, the Logothetis text that is in the catalog, and actually a chronicle of the, to take a sample of Greece's Athens musical life, especially in 1975, of how we come to 1975 and what it signifies for the later development of music life in Greece. Okay, thank you.
So, well, thank you very much. I want to say just very briefly two introductory things. The first one is the expected thanks, and it's a huge pleasure to be here speaking at this symposium. The second one is shame on me because I haven't made the effort to come in person. I think, I'm very sorry about it, and I think it would have been great, but it was difficult for several reasons. The reasons why I'm presenting this talk, today's talk, so focusing on Anestis Logothetis' work on language, a literary linguistic perspective, they came about because of some personal reasons, but the ties to the Logothetis family are way too strong for me to go into them now. I will say something personal in the end, and right now I will just go to the outline of my talk. I hope you all can see the handout, which is going to be crucial for my presentation. Is it visible?
Yes, it's okay.
Fantastic. Okay, so very briefly, in my talk, I will give a brief introduction to the topic, to exactly the topic of my talk, then a brief introduction to what I mean by literary linguistic perspective, and in particular, the non-linguistic aspects of this linguistic research. The corpus is going to be just a few examples drawn from Anastasia and Cybernetica. I will be very keen in introduction to say something playing around with a parallel that has been haunting me while I was preparing this talk. And it's going to be a parallel between Anestis Logothetis' biography and Maurice Halle's biography. I will go through that to that in the introduction. Then I will, in the second section, an overview of the linguistic material, which I'm going to use, and I will suggest a few examples, questions to ask, most importantly, and analytical procedures. Then in section 3, I will switch from analysis to some ideas of how to make sense of the material that I will have tried to look at and to analyze. And this will have the intent to show what a literary linguistic perspective could and should possibly achieve in developing these ideas into possibly a fully fledged account of Logothetis' artistic writing practice. More in general and beyond what is written there in the handout, I think this presentation should be taken as guidelines or proposals for how to work, to do some further research work. And then finally, the idea is to celebrate basically Anestis Logothetis. So let's switch to the following page, to page 2, which I don't know if you can, anyway, to the section. Can you move the page? Because I still see page 1. So introduction. This talk, as I said, focuses on the linguistic material that often is part of Anestis Logothetis' works. This material appears as a multifaceted, often essential, though rather neglected component of these works. So what we know so far, what I knew so far when I first looked at it, is that this material can be taken, definitely is a sign that stands for something else. This material can be recited or sung. This material can be read and understood as a piece of text properly. And it can also be experienced visually. So this is just to make sure for what we're starting from. This talk adopts a perspective that I term, or that it is termed, literary linguistics. And it's a perspective that deploys insights from philosophy, semiotics. Of course, I take also psychology to be a part of philosophy, and of course, linguistics. Also, this perspective tries to explain some facts concerning verbal behavior, and this is important to it. And also, it does so trying to take into account also the non-inherently linguistic aspects of verbal art, which are going to be, I suggest, particularly relevant here. That said, this talk is going to have very little or nothing specific to say about music, so it will be about the linguistic material. Now the parallel that I've been mentioning, which again has been quite haunting me for while I was preparing the talk. There is a straight biographical link between Anestis Logothetis and one of the foremost representative of a most influential kind of linguistics, which happens to be the kind of linguistics that I've been mostly working on in the past. And this person is Maurice Halle, and you have an image of him on the left in the handout, while on the right you have, of course, Anestis Logothetis. So the funny thing is that both persons, both scholars, and Maurice Halle as well, he was an émigré. He started as Anestis, studying engineering, and ended up creating something radically new with an important relationship to electronics. This is also quite important, I suggest, in both cases. And most of all, what they created is that had a relationship to language in some ways. Then, of course, Maurice Halle developed, he was the inventor, basically, of generative phonology. but I mean, I think the parallel, for some reason that I cannot explain further, it was quite striking to me. So this is why, while trying to develop a talk on linguistic insight on Anestis Logothetis work, I thought it was important to mention it. Then, of course, the parallel could also be taken further and extended to John Cage, and whose father was an inventor. That would be the relation to engineering, but I'm not going to talk about it now here. That said, we can move to, sorry, I think I went too far. To the second section, which is linguistic material in Logothetis works, and cut straight to the chase. In a literary linguistic perspective, I think it's important to start off with a few WH questions, which are gonna take us through all the second section of the handout. This is a normally, general procedure in linguistics, which I try to apply here. The first question that I ask myself while looking at these works is, what is there? What kind of linguistic material is there? And the first, foremost, and more naive answer, perhaps, is words. What I saw were words. These words appear as being sometimes modified. Some of these words are actual words in their actual form, or some of them are kind of language games with actual morphemes or word pieces. They don't really make sense sometimes, or sometimes they do as they remind of other words, remind the hearer or the reader of the actual words. Also, I think it's quite important that these words are arranged in sequences, and these sequences are normally, or the most clear ones, are defined by page boundaries. Okay. Some other times the sequences are defined, are more hidden, and they are defined by similarity in meaning or in morphological components, usually the initial morphemes. But this is gonna sound very abstract, so perhaps this is why I added the example, which is example 1 in this very same page of the handout. This example is taken from a whole text sheet in Anastasia by Anestis Logothetis. In this whole text, there is in the whole page, there is a text with sequences of words uncut from one another, so it's not clear where they begin and where they end. Of course, the initial letters of each word, supposedly they are capitalized, so they actually look like words. But the thing is that the sequences I'm talking about can be actually cut by the reader if one looks at the text carefully, by recognizing some repetitions. And this is what I highlight in point 1a and point 1b in the example. Point 1a is the upper left sequence, and point 1b is the bottom right sequence. Basically, the first words in the text page and the final words in the text page. These words, although it's not so immediately visible, they are ordered in patterns from an analytical and theoretical perspective, because the upper left sequence, that is what is in 1a, duo, ginon, andros, stenolon, progesteron, estradion, then break, I suggest. The first sequence displays a repetition of the end syllables, that is on, duo, ginon, andro, stenolon, and so on. Then I cut the sequence when the sequence is not repeated anymore. So benzoate is the first word that doesn't belong to that. The same thing.
Excuse me. If you are changing the slides, we can't see it.
No, I'm not changing. I'm sticking with the same slide on example 1.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Maybe I can maximize it if you want. I'm not sure about what you see. This is why. I'm talking about this, example 1, 1a, 1b. Can you see it?
It's very small, but let me check if I can zoom it a little bit.
I'm not sure if you see what I see. Now I zoomed it, but I don't know if you see it.
Is that better?
To me, it's better, but I zoomed it, so I don't know if I zoomed it for you. If you can see, it's example 1A and 1B.
Yeah, it's Anastasia, you mean the one.
Exactly. Example 1A, 1B, I'm talking about this.
You.
And the same thing is going to happen for example 2 in the next page, just to say in advance. So I'm going to have an example and it's going to look like the same. Anyway, I'll restart. So these words, although they are not cut visually in sequences, they actually constitute a sequence because of the repetition of the initial morphemes and possibly phonemes of the words. So the sequence, in my understanding, is from duo or duoginon, and then until estradiol, and then the following word on the left, it belongs to another sequence. Whereas the same thing, exactly the same thing happens, but like a mirror image at the end of the page, if we take the end to be the bottom right part of the page, where what's going on there is that the same repetition happens, but repeating the initial morphemes of the words. So if you look in 1B, you see pas ido, then the sequence starts, and then tenno, tenoban, tono, fosfan, trombo, tufon, typhon, trombo, tonormon. Where the initial left morphemes of the words are repeated. These repetitions cut some parts of the text in sequences, again, from a linguistic perspective. Then other sequences might be found in this, as well as in other texts of any logothetis works. And this is probably work to be done to see whether there is some constancy in the repetitions and how that can be seen. In this case, I suggest a potential interpretation. This arrangement of the linguistic material could be seen as a chiasmus, which is a very basic rhetorical, like 3,000 years old rhetorical figure. A chiasmus is basically it's basically a structure that inverts and repeats and inverts the order of some components, whatever components. It's also, for example, evidence in very common rhyme schemes in poetry, where you have an ABBA crossed repetition. What would came to my mind is that a chiasm could also be a reference somehow to the crosses that are also widespread in all the texts of Anastasia that I've looked at. But that is just a humble proposal. I don't know if that can be proved. Then going on in the overview of the linguistic material, I would say that also phrases are clearly present in logothetis material. And phrases seem to appear often isolated. And now I'm switching to the following page. Phrases, for example, im Schwarz deine Augen, or in 2B, Herzenflattern would be a phrase, but also mein Herzenflattern would be a phrase. They also appear or can appear isolated. What I think it's important, though, and perhaps more interesting in example 2, which is the example I've chosen to analyze here, is that the choice of the linguistic material also, as far as phrases are concerned, is arguably influenced by a twofold structural criterion, which also involves repetition. And in this case, the 3 words that you see in the image, which is a detail from, again, from Anastasia, in the image, the juxtaposition of the 3 words, the words are not chosen by chance, but it instantiates a repetition at least at 2 levels. And one is a phonological level, the other is a morphological level. A phonological level entails that they are all the 3 words a sequence of 4 syllables each, Herzenflattern, for example, characterized by a consistent trochaic stress pattern. By trochaic, I mean, for those who are not familiar with the term, strong, weak, Herzenflattern, and so on. This sequence at the phonological level is repeated throughout the 3 words. Then also the morphology is repeated, because the 3 words are morphologically identical. displaying noun verb and root ending. And this is also repeated 3 times. This is, of course, not by chance, or shouldn't be taken as a chance. I take it as a structural criterion, which surfaces here. Then let's switch to a bigger constituent from a linguistic perspective, and let's talk about the sentences, because the same example can be taken as being part of a sentence, whereas it's not clear that, although it's not clear that the words and the verbs mostly in the image are related or are syntactically to be spelled out as related to the words I've been talking about, but they also can be taken as something united. So, for example, if you look at 2b, mein Herzen flattern, stirbt. Although it's not the way it will be recited, at least in the YouTube video where it's the only performance I saw of this work. But anyway, the sentence does exist. This possibility of syntactically combining coherent bits that are present on the page, on the scores, it is always present, and it also creates, if one looks at the whole page, which I'm not going to look at now, but if one looks at that, it's like an echo chamber of the same sentence of a similar sentence. Again, a repetition, an echoic repetition. I just want to say a word about, and it's a bit below, I hope you can see the example 3, and I hope that it's big enough. In example 3b, sorry, there is another sentence in another work, namely Cyberneticon, which has also struck me from the very first time that I had the chance to look at the scores. In this case, the sentence is it's a big linguistic unit of meaning, and the meaning of the sentence has struck me, and I think it's worth reflecting on it at least a bit. The question is, what does the sentence mean? The sentence, namely, versuche die Bewegung der Schrift in Klang umzusetzen, that is, in English, try to transpose the movement of writing in sound. I think if I take the meaning seriously, I think it's very puzzling, because I don't really understand. I understand it, but I don't really understand it if I look at it more in detail. Because writing might, I'm sorry, the surface structure of language normally doesn't move. The structure of language is not an object, is not a psychological object that moves. But writing might be taken as something moving, in the sense, if we refer to its visual aspects and to the movement of the writing hand, perhaps. So this was, in this way, I was trying to make sense. I make sense of the sentence. Having said that, though, I'm going to switch to the following page and ask, perhaps, and move on to more analytical questions without examples. And then the next question is, why is language there? What is language doing there? What purposes does it serve? So one could naively say, to signify something, or to denote something, perhaps, or to connote something. And here, just to make sure that everybody is with me in this distinction, denotation is opposed to connotation, as I'm talking about language. And denotation is when I refer to an object with language. For example, the word "the" in English denotes the same object as you, but it connotes I speak like Shakespeare, because it's an old-fashioned word, or it connotes I am an old-fashioned guy. This is connotation. So in our examples, possibly language might not be bound at all to meaning, or only in part, and this part might be what I suggest to call a dialective performative act, in the sense that we see, for example, a word X in its normal form, and it is related to meaning, to a certain sound, and so on. But we also see the negation of that normal form, in that we don't completely accept its meaning seriously. And eventually we are left with the synthesis of the two, possibly the memory of what the word might have meant before these modifications, but completely outside of a communicative process. This is just, an hypothesis of what the impulse for this text could be. Then we can skip again through the next questions. I'm going to move to the question, what does language do here? Which is, again, another way to ask the same question or doubts they have, a question they would like to see answered about this text. And I would say that Logothetis' work stresses the fact that language can be and do something slightly different than its expected task. I think that's quite obvious. And possibly that the mechanism of connotation might have a role in that, possibly including also the notational aspects of the performances. Language is also part of the performances itself in that it can be written, of course. And this is mostly important here, also taking into account the sentence that I mentioned before. Versuche die Bewegung der Schrift ins Klang umzusetzen. It can be written, okay, but language can also be looked at and it can be felt, also without the mediation of the meaning, or it can also be the object of other kinds of perceptual activity. So, and this question is actually a question to you, to the audience. What else does language do here? Completely open. So having that said, and having gone through some ideas possibly to the analysis, I will move to the section 3, basically the final section of my talk, in which I try to basically ask the final question, what it means to look at this use of language through literary linguistic lenses. And first of all, I think it's important to always bear in mind, I mean, I always try to bear in mind myself that it is important in this perspective to split up forms rather than keep them united. For example, within language or within linguistics, phonology should be taken separated from syntax or from semantics. It's a form in itself, and it's best analyzed, separating it off from the other forms. In another sense, at another level, writing should be separated from language. And this, I think this is quite important to understand what is actually what actually is going on in these texts. It's also important to do that rather than seeing them as essentially related, or, and this is also mostly important, just functionally related. So I'm trying to keep forms separated as much as possible. Also, it's important to acknowledge that language in verbal art, and in this case too, might be governed by rules and constraints that are different from those of that determine ordinary language. So we are not talking, we are using linguistic means to look at a non-ordinary use of language in this case. And now, more specifically, it also means to apply a literary linguistic perspective onto this text, to try connect insights on language to psychology. And here I have just a few ideas that will conclude my talk. One idea is then, I mean, seeing all these repetitions that I've been highlighting in the first part of my text, I was hugely reminded of a concept that's been going on in psychology for quite a long time, which is called semantic satiations, which is an effect by which the repetition of a word triggers loss of the meaning of the word in the hearer. And I mean, there's quite some bibliography on that, and repetition of the phonemes, as I tried to evidence in the example before, in 2b, for example, because of semantic satiations, may be related to the negative moment of the dialectic performative act, as I suggested could be an explanation previously. This would be semantic association at first attempt to connect. Then the second concept which I would like to suggest is that of affordance. Affordance is also been around for a while in psychology. Affordance is basically a way of understand the way humans or any kind of animals relate to their environment by relating to objects in the environment and by developing affordances mostly by the visual perceptual system. I see an object and I immediately I'm forced to find affordances for it. So for example, here, language on the one hand and writing on the other hand, they are both objects different from one another, and they all have affordances. They are taken to do something else. For example, language as writing in the same way. They afford reading, they afford comprehending, but they afford playing with or playing around with. And also, more crucially here, they afford visual experiencing, also without comprehending. Writing only, crucially also affords communicating musical information, but also other forms of visual perception and some other, a bunch of other things that I might not have thought about. Affordance is another concept that one might want to use. In general, more in general, or more in a literary linguistic perspective, most aspects of verbal art and the aspects that I've been highlighting here, they can be seen as a kind of fiction, in the sense the reader or the hearer derives these aspects by inference. These are not aspects that are necessarily encoded in the text. Also here I have some bibliography, but in general we could say that so would be any inference that an observer might associate to the non-discrete aspects of Logothetis notation. A question that we might want to ask here again is, what does it mean to understand or to not understand these texts and the inferences associated with these texts? Because when I read these texts, I get ideas and I'm not sure I understand them right away. I might understand them later, I might make sense of them later, but I'm not sure I understand them. There are then other possible links, but I will maybe cut through the first one. I just want to mention, this is just a representational link between linguistics and these works, which is, and I will show you the page. If you can see figure A, and I hope you can see it, I really hope you can see it. In this page, which is the text, which is the text page, which I've been taking the examples and the sequences I was talking before, the drawing within the page, or the notation, the drawing, to me, reminded me immediately of this kind of diagrams. These diagrams are diagrams representing finite state automata, which are mathematical devices that play a role in mathematics, in engineering possibly, but mostly in linguistics. That's where I got to know them. These are, I'm not going to go into details of what they mean, but they look very related. So my question to myself, at least, was to whether they have some relationship to this this visual representation in figure A. Then finally, going back to the last point of my talk, this is just a funny thing that I want to say, that I was also reading while preparing this talk, or rereading a very important text, although not exactly linguistic, mostly semiology, by Barthes. And in this text, which is Variations sur l'écriture of Barthes, there's a short paragraph on the transcriptional prejudice in which Barthes makes the same example, refers to the same example as Anestis Logothetis does in his theoretical work, Zeichen als Aggregatzustand der Musik. And they both refer to the practice of cavemen that should supposedly produce the first writing on the walls of the cave. And they are apparently disagreeing from one another in the sense that Anestis Logothetis seems to say in that text that the reason why these cavemen were trying to, were triggered to write on the walls of the caves was to keep something fleeing, to keep it stuck and to catch it. Whereas Barthes says, and apparently disagrees with Logothetis, well, no, but what about if those writings, and writing in general, is not a way to catch something fleeing? So, for example, thoughts. but actually it's a way to uncover it, to reproduce it symbolically, so to enhance its meanings. In the end, what happens in the actual writing practice of Logothetis, it seems to me that it's closer to what Bart has said. And this is the last suggestion that I wanted to make, hoping that you could make sense of what I said and they can be useful. I just want to finish off by saying that it is indeed a huge pleasure to have spoken to this audience, to the conference. It is a displeasure not to have been able to be there. It is a great pleasure because it's, for me, it's like taking on a personal conversation, which it didn't start here, it started in other situations before. It's based on parallels and visual parallels and linguistic parallels. And although it's taking place in non-personal times or conditions, but I thank you very much for the attention.
Hello. It's a question for the last one. So I was just wondering, you said something about the repetition of words that provokes loss of meaning.
Yes.
And the repetition of phonemes. And I was thinking that perhaps the repetition of phonemes becomes a type of not that much to deconstruct negatively the meaning, but establish meaning in some way. I don't know if
my proposal to see it as a negative dialectic practice was just a suggestion. I mean it's not the outcome of an analysis, but my question, if I were to pursue your idea, unfortunately I don't see you, but I mean I just heard your question. My question to you would be, what is the meaning that is trying to deconstruct? For example, in the page I've been showing a detail from Hertz and Flattern and so on. Then we don't see it because it's on top of the detail and I don't reproduce it in my handout. But then there is a sequence of verbs repeated where only the prefix is the same. So glüht, stirbt, flammt, and some other verbs. So only the prefix so er is repeated. But the question is, what is trying to deconstruct there? The meaning or the word? I'm just saying it wouldn't be too clear to me what.
What you describe brings to my mind Zaum in some way, the Russian, and I feel it is to find meaning behind the word construction. In fact, not to deconstruct. That's why I made this question of perhaps it is not deconstructed, it's just establishing.
Yeah. In fact, yeah, no. I think again, my suggestion was just a suggestion. I think in the end, it could also go exactly where you are going, where your point is going. Again, it's not a fully fledged analysis. What I propose is just some ideas for doing future work. I don't have a final opinion on that, but I take your point. It could be.
Thank you very much for the so interesting speech.
My pleasure.
There is another question by Leonie Logothetis.
I think you're right, because this is like flatten means with your wings you do this, and if birds do that, it sounds like a and also flimmern is if light does this light it's on off, and so it also could be referred as a visual or a memory of something you have seen or you've heard, and the word itself also has this acoustic quality to it. So this, I think, by saying it as well and seeing it, you have both. You have the visual, the linguistic, and the acoustic.
Leonie, I completely agree with you, although again I don't see you, in the sense that it could also be a dialectic negative practice, in the sense it is forcing the spectator, so to say, to take into account all aspects of language that sometimes are not consciously experienced in language. So I actually agree with you in the end.
Thank you very much for being there. This is Pavlos Antoniadis, and I'm moderating a roundtable discussion on Anestis Logothetis book, which is called Zeichen als Aggregatzustand der Musik. This translates mostly as signs as an aggregate state of music.
was kann ich dir geben?
Excuse me?
Nix. Ein Stückchen Banane?
I cannot hear that. Who is that?
Ja, dann leg dich doch bitte aufs Sofa, wenn du hier nicht sitzen kannst. Ich habe doch gesagt, leg dich aufs Sofa.
I don't get where that comes from.
Wie höre ich denn jetzt nichts?
Sie sind Gesafing, Entschuldigung, das hatte ich nicht, nicht gesehen. Also, willkommen. So the idea of this roundtable is to give a contemporary reading of Anestis Logothetis' book from the point of view of current streams like embodied cognition, human-computer interaction, and music representation today, and somehow to connect this community or this conference on Logothetis music with several other communities such as the tenor conferences for technology and music representation, such as the MOC community, which might sound a bit not intuitive. MOCO means movement and computing. So I would like a bit to explore how the visuals of Logothetis notation are essentially going beyond vision and beyond sound towards the generalized notion of movement, or other communities such as the NIME, New Interfaces for Musical Expression. And at this point, I would like to invite our participants, Benjamin Bacon from TU Berlin. Professor Kate Hope unfortunately cannot join us. She had a family emergency. Dr. Alexis Porfiriadis with a PhD from Bath Spa University. Dr. Katerina El Raheb from the University of Peloponnese. They are physically present. Professor Zara Dilialawi from Université Paris Sud 11. She's joining us virtually from Paris. Professor Stella Paschalidou from the Hellenic Mediterranean University, also virtually. And our distinguished speaker for the conference, Professor Georg Haidu from the Hochschule für Musik und Theater, Hamburg. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. And I would invite you to present yourselves just very briefly so that we can have an idea, maybe starting with Benjamin Bacon. If you don't mind to tell us a bit about your interests.
Sure. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, well, I'm Ben, and I am a associate researcher at the Audiokommunikation group at TU here in Berlin, where I currently am. I'm currently pursuing a doctorate with Stefan Weinziel within the Audio Communication Group. And I'm also a member of the Input Design and Music Interaction Lab at McGill University. And so academically, my work focuses on the, I would describe as the mapping of, or thinking of notation, musical notation as a design practice, not too dissimilar from instrument design. So yeah, I'm very happy to be here and to hear these fine viewpoints on Logothetis' work. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much, Ben. And Alexis Porfiriadis, if you can switch your microphone on.
Thank you, Pavlos. I'm Alexis Porfiriadis. I'm a composer and improviser. My work since 2008 consists mainly of verbal and graphic scores, or combinations of conventional verbal and graphic notation. I am interested in composing pieces which have as their aim to promote collective decisions and to promote group creativity. I'm very interested to research, I do that the last 12 years, the social impact of working with this kind of notation, with verbal or with graphic notation and with improvisation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now for Katerina El Raheb from the University of Peloponnese and Research Center Athena.
Thank you very much, Pavlos. Thank you for inviting me to be here. I'm Katerina Raheb. I'm a dancer and an academic researcher in computer and information technologies. My interests are in embodied interactions and design. I have a background in conceptual modeling of movement, starting from notation for dance, such as Laba notation.
Wonderful. And then Professor Zaraf Dilialawi, if she can join us, maybe, with your video.
Hello.
Hi,
Do you hear
Zaraf.
me?
Thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you. So, yes, I'm Sarah Dilialawi. I'm an associate professor at University Paris-Saclay, which was Paris Sud, previously changed its name. I'm a researcher in human-computer interaction, embodied interaction and interaction design, and I'm interested in systems that can be integrated for dance creation. I'm also a choreographer and a Laba and movement analyst, and I've been investigating the way in which dancers and choreographers document their practice through score making, but also through notation, but personal and idiosyncratic sketches as well. Thank you for inviting me, and I hope to be relevant to the discussion today.
Oh, I'm certain you will be, actually. Thank you so much for being here. And Stella Paschalidou, Professor Stella Paschalidou from the Hellenic Mediterranean University.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Yes, my name is Stella Paschalidou. I'm a lecturer at the Department of Music Technology and Acoustics of the Hellenic Mediterranean University, which is in Crete. Well, I have been working with Hindustani musicians, singers, not at all music notation because they don't use it. But my interest includes embodied music cognition, audio interaction, and computational ethnomusicology. And thank you very much for inviting me.
Yes, Stella has done research on Hindustani vocal music, which is quite original. And eventually, Professor Georg Haidu from Hochschule für Musik und Theater Hamburg.
Hello. Yeah, so I have a background in molecular biology, and I also did first instrumental composition at the Hochschule in Cologne in the 1980s, and I got to know people like Georgaki and Clarence Barlow, who've been my role models and teachers. I spent 5 years working as a doctorate student at the Center for New Music and Audio Technologies in Berkeley, California in the 1990s. And in 2002, I became a professor of multimedia composition at the Hochschule in Hamburg. And my have various interests. Notation is one of my interests, being a composer mainly, but also interested in microtonality. And I have started a program which combines the two in the center, and now we're currently putting together we just put together a grant application for a Ligeti Center where we're going to be combining aspects of creating tangible interfaces with all sorts of practices in electronic and computer music.
That's fantastic. I think so from these brief introductions, it's quite clear that we're talking about a highly interdisciplinary panel of experts, and that was exactly the idea, to go a bit beyond the normal, let's say, musicological discourse and approach the sort of intermediate contents of Logothetis' work through an equally dispersed and interdisciplinary panel of experts. So just to say a few words about the book. Zeichen als Aggregatzustand der Musik, first edition in 1974 on the left, and there is a second edition in this edited volume by Helmut Krones in 1998. In my reading of the book, this is a very dense book covering a multitude of subjects, including the social context and role of his art, covering a short history of music notation, some sort of presentation of his compositional techniques, and a few works. And I decided, for the purpose of this presentation, to regroup, let's say, the contents of this book under 5 concepts: history of notation, representation, movement, multimodality, and performance, which will function as impulses for a dialogue with our participants and eventually for a dialogue with the audience as well. And these concepts will be filtered through the notions of embodiment and interactivity. Here are the conferences I mentioned in the beginning of my talk: Tenor, International Conference on Technologies for Music Notation and Representation. Actually, both Georg Haidu and Kate Hope, who was invited in this table, are very central members of the Committee for Tenor. And other conferences include the International Conferences of New Interfaces for Musical Expression and MoCo, Movement and Computing. So, after this presentation, just to say that my own background is also quite interdisciplinary. I'm a pianist and musicologist dealing a lot with embodied cognition, as well as with modeling and study of movement. For those who are quite foreign to those issues, embodied cognition refers to the role of embodiment in shaping cognitive processes in music. But in this very context of Logothetis notation, it will deal with the materiality of the signifier of the signs, the materiality of the signified, and we will discuss what can be this signified. Also, it is sound, but it can also be movement, and it can be other things beyond concrete categories, and the materiality of the very interaction with the interface of the notation. And this takes us exactly this, when we are talking about interaction today, we're talking about a third wave of human-computer interaction, starting with the first wave, which was about command lines and computers, then going to the second wave of graphical user interfaces, the Windows we all know, and today we are looking, imagine even at this very recent piece of news for Zuckerberg's metaverse, whereby, as a negative example, I mean, but it's one example, which really brings us to a democratization of those technologies of interacting with the whole body, with data and information in general. And the interest here is how do we materialize the metaphors, the underlying metaphors in Logothetis notation through technology. How we tend towards a non-representational interaction with material representations and an irreducible fluid economy. So, I'll start with the first impulse about the history of notation by reading here one of Logothetis' passages, quotes that impressed me. The real revolution in music took place already 1,000 years before, and it was unleashed through the development of the 5-line musical stuff. So he has a very acute awareness of his position, and basically he mentions the Byzantine nomes and how through fixing the nomes, through fixing the musical notes, the musical pitch, we passed from a world of gliding, moving sonorities to a different Cartesian world, geometrical world, which he now sort of tries to dissolve. And I think this, the score of this work you can see in your screens, Struktur, Textur, Spiegel, Spiel, is a very good example of this sort of reclaiming of Noyms, how he passes from the notes to a new form of signal, to a new form of movement and note. So I would like to start probably with Benjamin Bacon. And Benjamin, as he said, has been working a lot on information design for musical notation. And I would like to know what he makes of these very, very baroque, of these very loaded images by Logothetis, which reclaim these non-geometrical, non-efficient qualities in music. Ben?
Yeah, thanks, Pavlos. These, you know, taking a look at some of these scores, at least the kind of non-linear reading that I think Logothetis also kind of championed a bit, or at least imbued into his music, kind of creates a similar interaction, I find, with what some consider to be wayfinding or reading a map, in a sense, where you are navigating through based on the kind of compatibility constraints of the map, moving through areas that are accessible to you, and also using landmarks to help remember your space and understand your trajectory. And so I see it very much in terms of almost directly linking with our mental image of or perception of space, and placing ourselves within the music as if it were a physical landscape to interact within. And to me, that's kind of a fascinating playfulness that's found, especially within these scores.
Thank you very much, Ben. And I would like to turn to Georg probably and ask Georg Haidu and ask, okay, Logothetis was very aware of his historical position in the late 1950s. The book is written he's talking about 1959, and he's mentioning Earl Brown, John Cage, Haubenstock Ramati. What's your view, being an expert in notation today and in technologies for notation? Where are we standing today, and where is Logothetis standing in relation to the state of the art in notation technologies today? What would be your take on that?
Okay. So I believe that Logothetis was very much a child of his time. He was using the technology that was available to him, and he maxed out on it. But of course, computer technology has opened up new frontiers and brought us several possibilities that Logothetis could have only dreamed of at the time, which is animated notation, which is virtual reality, and which is tangible scores. That is scores that you can interact with by touching them. So these are all technologies that were developed after Logothetis has passed away. And reading his book and his open spirit, I could realize that he would have totally embraced these new technologies. But it's up to us to take Logothetis' ideas and to metamorphosize them into the available platforms. So in other words, and then also find that there might also be some conflict in that some of his scores are thought to be dynamic, thought to include movement, but we actually can create movement now. So we need to find adequate ways to as Logothetis always like to refer to, he also used the term transfer. So we need to find appropriate ways to transfer Logothetis's ideas into the available new technologies.
Yeah, that's exactly my take on it as well. I think he would have embraced all of that, and you have already rushed a few slides ahead, so I won't go there. But I would like instead to ask Zaraf Dilialawi, who is also an expert in Laban notation, so a notation specially developed for dance, to give us her own perspective on any potential parallels in the development of notation for dance, and if Laban notation is still evolving today. Zara?
Yes, yes, absolutely. I believe that Laban notation is still vivid and alive in the context of dance. However, it is very specific to an expertise that is developed by few practitioners. In that I mean that dance is different from music in that the general dancer, let's say, that is trained as a dance practitioner would not necessarily learn how to use notation, whether it would be Laban notation or Benesch notation, etc., in their practice. That would require a specific training that might lead to the person becoming a notator in their own practice, and someone that would accompany choreographers and dancers in notating their pieces and their repertoire. So I think that is a very different context, I believe, that in music, where learning a notation and using it in the practice and the training is very prevalent and ubiquitous to a musician or a Western music practitioner. So in that sense, Laban notation did not make it to the mainstream of a dancer's life. It remained, in a way, a knowledge that is actually retained by a small number of practitioners or specialized notators. That is one point. And on the other hand, Laban notation came from the theories of Rudolf Laban, who has developed a set of ways in which he looks at movement from the perspective of the body, effort, space, and shape, etc. And one of the categories that has been developed, which is shape, has been actually developed mostly after his death by his people who studied with him and continued his legacy. So I believe that there's many aspects of that notation that are still in discussion and that are still actually in development within the community of notators. So in that sense, I think that's a very kind of relevant comparison to make here. And on the other hand, for having studied the practice of many dancers and choreographers as to how they document or annotate their own work and knowledge that they produce in the studio, what I noticed in the specific case of dance is, in many cases, a resistance towards a universalized way of writing movement. And in that sense, their preferences in the actual field work is to invent their own way by which they write movement, their own way by which they translate it and communicate it with their practitioners and with the general audience, etc. So that creates two things. It creates a plurality of practices, which is good because each practitioner can invent their own languages and perceptions and ways by which they describe their craft. But on the other hand, it creates a difficulty to communicate across a whole field. So that's also a specificity that I would say that distinguishes dance from music in the context of the Western world, of course. I don't know if I actually answered your question, but I think that those are some parallels that can be drawn with this attempt that has been done at different stages of human history to kind of generalize a way to write movement or sound or music.
Oh, it definitely did. And I would say that essentially from what you describe, it seems to me that dance never concretized into a system like the system of Western art music, which essentially dominated until the second half of the 20th century. So it was always dismantled and always in some sort of subjective marking or subjective norms for movement. And this is exactly the state, I would dare say, that music notation is today struggling to reclaim. So in that sense, dance might be lacking the historicity of music notation, but at the same time, it has always enjoyed this very intuitive relation to representation.
Yes, maybe just to finish about this idea of objectivity versus subjectivity in annotation, which I think is a very important point. I think that in the case of Laba notation, but I also think in the case of Benesh, it works as well. There is a mix of both, and I think that dance really assumes that these kind of notation come from a subjective standpoint, but at the same time allow for a common system of describing movement to unfold, which I'm not sure how the music notation system assumes that combination of subjective knowledge versus objective system or framework.
Yeah, basically in music very often we talk about the balance between descriptive and prescriptive aspects, for example, and descriptive aspects very often objectify things, signify, whereas prescriptive actions have a greater range of affordance as to what the sound result would be. So this dialectic is always present also in music, also in traditional music notation. But we will talk a bit more about that in the next section, which is about representation. Thank you so much. Maybe a last word on notation by Alexis Porfiriadis. Alexis is an expert on graphic and verbal scores. And I would like to have his own take on this attempt of liberation, of emancipation of notation through the essentially, I would say, the dynamic approach to a Cartesian Western art music system. What's your own experience with that, both as a researcher but also as a composer?
Well, what you now just said, this reclaiming freedom found in dance notations, it was really good. This is exactly what is happening. People are trying, who use this kind of notation, are trying to get rid of the exact way that Western music worked for many, many years. So we try to focus in other things than form or the exact sonic identity that a work has to have. Well, many composers using this kind of notation, they don't expect to have a sonic identity. This is not something bad. We can live with that too. So we can make works that don't have a sonic identity, and the notation takes its role to have this result. This is not really a result, but it's always a different result. This is one point, and the other point is that notations like graphic notation and verbal notation are a very good tool for composers to use to proceed in a democratization of making music that is progressive. It's not traditional music, it's not popular music, it is another kind of music. Some people will say that it is experimental music, but we can say that it is music, and they make sounds in inside a system that they have to organize some of the times. And this notation makes this possible.
Thank you very much. I liked very much not only the democratization part, but also the amorphous sort of part of your comment, like this sort of non-representational fluidity. And I liked it both because I personally believe in it, but also because it brings me to the second impulse on representation. And here is another quote from Logothetis' book. We know all translations are mine. I've translated quite loosely in English so that everyone can follow. But if you German speakers have a better translation in mind, I would be really thrilled to hear it. We know that the first cave paintings emerged from the need to register animals on a surface in the hope that they could then be literally captured in the hand. This act of rendering captive and accessible at all times what is fleeting corresponds also to the development of musical script. The capture and coherence of writing transcribes music to a readable aggregate state, through which it becomes stable, performable, and composable. And here is the example of 3 types of notation that Logothetis used. The first was symbols, so signs in order to signify concrete things like pitch. And you see here he's using, for example, only 2 lines instead of the 5 lines. Its pitch, its specific pitch class, we would say, in all octaves, has its own representation. Then he has these very interesting action signals, which one could say are almost prescriptive notations of both sound and movement. Someone would call them, someone like Rolf Inge Godet, a Norwegian musicologist, would call them sound action chunks from today's perspective. And then he has what he calls association factors in music, modifiers of which open up the musical phenomenon. Some of them being very close to traditional categories like crescendo, diminuendo, but others tending more towards timbre, towards other phenomena, sonic phenomena. And then the combination of these signs sometimes follows very clear formal structures, as you can see in this picture. And eventually, the convergence of all these signs and their combination produces the graphic scores by Logothetis. He proposes several ways of reading. And my question to you all today would be, okay, as very well said by Georg Haidu, today we have different means of representation. We are beyond the 2D, the 2-dimensional paper thing. We have 3D representations. We have tangible interactions. We have a multitude of things. Eventually, we have the world around us, which can be used, you know, without even no technological mediation as an unrepresented presence. I have included here Franz Marc's Tier Schicksale, Animal Destinies, just as an opposition almost or continuation to Logothetis' saying on the depiction of animals. And here you can see a very dynamic image of an animal which is captured through its annihilation, essentially. So why do we still today need to use representations instead of concrete presences and instead of some sort of fluid dissolution of this representation? I'm tempted to ask Katerina El Raheb to give us an idea, knowing that she's working a lot with virtual augmented reality.
I see the question, why representation instead of presences, and I'm tempted to answer, why not both? I think the dialogue between these two is something that it's not very only relevant to this era when of the virtual reality and artificial intelligence and so on. But what we, as you said also before, Logothetis was ahead of his time, and many of the composers also that work with different kind of representing music. So I think recently I'm very interested, although I work with AR and extended reality, I'm more and more interested about how where it came from. So so we talk about technology, but if you think about it, the representation, the analytical thinking, the geometries, it's something that is as ancient as human beings. And if you start from a representation, has many aspects in it. I mean, we talk about geometry, sometimes we're thinking about something that is very linear, something that is very mathematical, but in physics, what you do actually is you're representing shapes, you're representing something that is alive, movement. I mean, our bodies also, you can see them from the perspective of physics and something that you can describe, of course, in a simulation. But also it's, there are some materialities also in its kind of this representation. I mean, you can see a shape, but and also the way all these are interpreted, because I think in all this discussion about this notation, perhaps the elephant in the room is language and communication. And I think the same happens with language, but it's also, I mean, we have agreed that we perceive language in a certain way because we are used to grammar and we are writing, and there is written language. But if you think a bit about it, communication is much more. Otherwise, performing arts will not exist without these different interpretations of language. And this communication also in the digital, we have all these tensions again, because where do these representations or do these technologies or these tools come from? And I think the background of things is very, you mentioned the metaverse, for example, and usually nowadays we have many tools or many technologies that we can use, but they have been designed for completely different, they come from gaming, they come from different domains. So reappropriating this technology is really a challenge, because if you think about all these pioneers, they somehow created these tools. For example, I'm thinking about Chaldaeakis and how he worked with UPIC and how he ended up designing his own tools, or the way the way of thinking into this interaction. And this is really a challenge, and it's completely different than taking, for example, a Kinect or a motion capture suite in VR and developing another application for it. Yeah, and also I think there is also the other way around, the way we communicate today with technology. If we think even with how we communicate with in everyday life, somehow this affects the way we move, the way we act, the way we create. So yeah, I think it's always a dialogue, and it's interesting. I'll go a little bit back to how all this ended, and I'm also tempted to think how VR was, for example, seen in, because also, I mean, yeah, there are a lot of tensions and a lot of practicality. So you end up somehow in this VR environments, and I don't think it's because this of course we can do much more than we used to do, but we somehow adapt to what you can do with the technology. So and how we create. So this is the huge question: how these technologies will not swallow the creative thinking and the computational and the presence. And I'm thinking of it as a whole. It's not why the one instead of the other, but I think this is something that's in a complete dialogue, like in our human communication. I mean, I really interested in the idea that mathematics come from the body, in this idea of embodied cognition. So, yeah.
Wonderful. And talking a bit about this tension, I would like to invite Stella to talk a bit to us about representation and particularly representation of effort. We've been working lately on a project together, and we have been thinking a bit about these, but I know you have already published and worked extensively on this notion of representation of something that is really tangible, even if this representation means data. Could you expand a bit on that interest of yours and basically on the general theme of representation versus presence?
Sure, thanks, Pavlos. Well, I've been working on Hindustani music, which is the classical Indian music of the north part of India. And since I started having a look at these graphical scores by Logothetis just yesterday, I must admit, I couldn't help myself but making links and trying to find similarities and differences to what I've been experiencing during my work with Hindustani singing. And it made me think of the different levels of abstraction by which graphical representation is constructed. So first, I would like to say very briefly that Hindustani is an oral music tradition in the sense that musicians and their students do not rely on music scores, but students learn from their teachers in a face-to-face fashion, both through the years, but also by observing and imitating hand gestures. So the embodiment aspect is obviously quite strong here. So teachers will employ hand gestures as a means to clarify musical features that students fail to produce. And teachers would obviously not be able to articulate verbally, and they will also use similar hand gestures in performance to aid vocalization, both physically but also conceptually. So as Hindustani musicians do not rely on written music scores, I consider hand gestures to be the primary visual, graphical representation of Hindustani music. I need to also say that Hindustani music is primarily improvisational, so it relies on melodic modes called ragas, which in practice lie somewhere between a predefined composition and an improvisation, which is something that might be interesting for our discussion on the balance between well-defined instructions versus freedom. So trying to sum up the types of or classes of hand gestures I've been observing, I would say the following. First, we have the symbolic representation in terms of discrete notes that sometimes can be seen also written on paper. This is usually for compositions, and we will see the notes, discrete notes written in Indian names, obviously one next to the other, without any other information, no timing aspects, nothing else. Then everything else is represented through hand gestures. And in hand gestures, we have the open-handed melographic ones, which are a relative spatial representation of pitch in 3D. It can be up, down, left, right, or even further away versus closer to the body of the musician. So it's about always having two opposing poles, but not necessarily bound to a specific direction. For instance, tremolo is represented in various ways, but opposing. And I would make connections to the functionality, to their functionality, to what Logothetis calls association factors. Then we have the closed-handed gestures in interacting with objects that are obviously only imagined. So one can observe a singer grasping and then stretching an elastic object, or pulling, pushing, throwing an object in space and executing other powerful movements in changing an object's shape, size, and position, all of which comprise gripping, intensification, and releasing phases. In this case, the physicality of the object and the interaction possibilities it can afford define the quality and shape of the transition between individual notes. So it's the aspect of effort, in other words, the forcefulness, power of the action exerted by the performer in moving against the imagined resistive force and changing the object's condition, that defines musical qualities of these transitions. So we have both representations, the absolute symbolic through a note, through a handwritten note, and the more dynamic that represents qualities in these transitions. And I could possibly consider these gestures as representing dynamic musical aspects similar to the action signals by Logothetis, perhaps more dense areas representing more effortful actions. And then we have the rendition by means of sound of paramusical experiences in form of analogies. For instance, the voice might need to render the image of a flying bird, whatever that means in sonic features. We have symbolic hand gestures similar to mudras of classical Indian dance, which are fixed and definitely culture specific. For instance, a gesture of offering to a deity. And we have musical modes. All musical modes, all ragas, are often associated to images of ragamala miniature paintings, landscapes, people, deities, which define moods and emotions. So they live in a higher level of abstraction, let's say. And I could consider associating them to, let's say, the more artistic appreciation of the graphical notations by Logothetis. So I don't know how useful this attempt is to link practices between a oral music tradition and the alternative graphical music scores by Logothetis. But I certainly realized that my own experience with Hindustani musicians has defined the way I've been trying to make sense of the musical scores by him. And I guess it would be also interesting to try this process the opposite way around, to see how someone who's familiar with reading his scores would be appreciating hand gestures by Hindustani musicians. And I would finally like to add here that more effort should be put into cross-cultural research that will allow us to better understand to what extent such spatial associations are culture-specific or universal, especially in the spatial representation of pitch and time. Example, it would be interesting to have a closer look to these associations in the Verketterung aller Zeichenarten that you showed. And it's worth asking to what extent the horizontal and vertical associations to time that I can read out from this graph might be influenced by Western types of handwriting and Western staff notation, and to what extent embodied aspects, such as those related to gravity, as in letting an object fall with passing time, might be influencing the spatial representation of musical aspects on the score. So I will leave it here, but I must admit I was very inspired by my first encounter with these graphical representations.
That's wonderful. A Chomskyan generative grammar of the continuum between presence and representation as it goes almost. And Zara, what would be your own take on this issue? I watched you in a latest version of the MOCO conference whereby you were talking about what escapes computation, for example. And I would ask similarly, what escapes representation in dance, and how do you approach this problem?
Yes, so I think that similarly to Katarina, I would say that I would not confront representation with presence. And if I understand well what you mean by presence is in a way something that is not a trace that remains, but that is an experience that is lived in the moment, kind of like what an ephemeral motion would be, or a sound that perception would be. And I think for me, I would see that through technology, we create these presences or these experiences that are in a way a different representation of what the dance is. Because there is always an aspect of translating, of making something that is embodied and kinesthetic be experienced through a different medium, be sound through sonification, or a visual representation, or even a haptic feedback, or a robotic representation, or motion, I would say. So that's definitely something that I think we explore in parallel. And I would say that I see the idea of notating or tracing or documenting or archiving as a way of creating these translations. And part of creating these experiences is or belongs to this idea of creating these translations or these different representations of what movement is. So that's one point. And the second point I would say about what escapes computation, and back in the days I said almost everything perhaps, and I remember another colleague said, said nothing really, because computation sees, because computation is just something different. It's just, it just presents a different take on a phenomena. And I think in a way, what we do is, in the same way that a score is a translation, technology provides another type of translation. And right now, my take on it is not to try and universally represent everything, because I don't believe anymore in that universality of approaches. I would say my take on it is to try to approach it via a plurality of views that combined together create a larger scope of what that phenomena is, the experiences of the dancers, what the audience member perceive, the context, historical context, social context of the creation of a repertoire, etc., etc. Yeah, so I think that the quest of actually trying to reproduce a human phenomena via a technological mean or via a notation that would exhaustively kind of add all the information together and represent authentically what that phenomena is a quest that will never be fulfilled. And I think that what we can try, or perhaps an alternative, would be to try complementary voices that have different perceptions or translations of that phenomena, and that can add up to provide a translation or a view of what it is.
Excellent. Multiple perspective, just like Franz Marc's Tierschicksale, which is shown in this slide. Thank you very much, Zara. Georg and Alexis, do you have any comments on this issue of representation? Anything that hasn't been said?
Yeah, well, that's. I believe that representation is actually a hierarchical thing, and that we have when you look at the binary relationship between a signifier and the signified, we can probably also say that the signifier is actually a signified on a different level, on another level. So you go down this hierarchical chain, you end up probably on a molecular level, because it eventually comes down to a cognitive activity, and the cognitive activity is tied to brain activity, which is tied to nerve impulses, which is tied to chemical phenomena on the cell surface, and so forth. So you get down to a very molecular level. That's one thing that I wanted to say, and the other thing that I want to add is something that came to mind when people talk about presences as opposed to representations. That when you look at binary signs, I was recently preoccupied with the idea of a unary sign. Something that is not necessarily a reference, but it's still a sign. And so therefore, maybe by using this term unary sign, one can somehow resolve the kind of the opposition of representation versus presence. I'm not sure, but that's something that I've been recently thinking about.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. I've never come across that. Is there an example of a unary sign you could bring? Like, is there an example of this unitary sign?
Unary sign, people are always wondering, is a waveform actually a representation, or is it the thing in itself? And a thing in itself would be a unary sign, so to speak.
Is it something like, now it just came to mind, this roboticist in Sussex, Rodney Brooks, who talked of the world as the best representation of itself. It's almost the opposite of that, right? It's a sign as the best representation of a sign, probably. I don't really get it, but...
See, it's a maze, it's a maze. If you really want to get to the bottom of what a sign really is, and
right.
It's like you end up in a labyrinthic structure.
Okay. Maybe, yeah, Alexis, please.
So when a sign is a sign for itself, it doesn't have to be performed if it is a score, I mean, because I don't get it, that's why I ask.
We're not talking about necessarily performance. When you what is it? What is a waveform or a sound? What does that sound represent? Is it the representation of something, or is it the thing in itself? That's something that I think people don't have a clear opinion. Some people say it is a sign. It refers to something. The other people say, well, it's a presence. You can't break it down. It's an atom, right? So it's you know, probably, you know, there's various ways to look at that, and I think you know, it's difficult to actually pinpoint it. It's just the phenomenon somehow escapes when you try to capture it.
Yeah, and it's this sort of escape which brings me actually to the third impulse on movement. And to return a bit to the book and to Logothetis, he writes somewhere, thus, out of these three types of relation to graphic elements, talking about signification, action signals, and associations, I developed a flexible but binding script of sound characters, which can be combined in new images, making visible the steering of the sound flow and its structures. And I'm very interested in this sort of channeling sound movement, which, though through the action signals in Logothetis, could be the channeling of physical movement. And then one also has the multiple movement in time. So there are a few pieces whereby it has multiple axes for time, like Dinapolis, which I can show already. Here is an example. There are multiple axes. It's a bit too small to see. But there is also movement in space, this polymorphic composition, whereby the reading from left to right is completely abandoned, and the general navigational aspects. And of course, he uses different kinds of notation for time. So movement is, you know, is this sort of thing that I would say dissolves both presence and representation. I know I'm being a bit daring and somewhat brutal in my statements here, but this is intentional, I assure you. Movement, what is movement in notation? How can one depict movement? That's the question. How can one represent movement? And even if one can statically represent movement, how does one move inside this representation of movement? Or if one dynamically represents movement as movement, does one need to still move inside this movement, or does one stay static in relation to the moving object or to the moving notation? Here, that was a very good question for Kat Hope, who is working a lot with live animated notations, live animated scores. But I would like to open this question to everyone and actually have your take on it, on what do we do with movement in relation to music notation? Or to any other form of notation, like dance notation, obviously. Zara says movement is everything. Could you elaborate a bit on that, Zara?
I think it's as soon as we think that we captured a bit of it, some other aspect of it will escape, and that's the beauty of it. So once you capture it through some kind of representation, it will elaborate or transmit or remorph into some other type of remobilization of that. So my take on it is that is to let go, perhaps, of that, and accept that is incomplete.
Yeah, accepting vulnerability in a certain sense, and accepting even some sort of failure in...
Yes, or with humility to what that is. Because in a way there is movement. What I wanted to say about movement is everything, is that you might be able to capture a certain visual aspect of it, but then there is a certain embodied feeling to it, and then there is movement in the organs and how you know, how blood circulates inside of the body. But movement is basically what we do since we're born until we die, and movement only cease to happen when we, as human, perhaps, and as animals as well, I guess, as a species, certainly die. So in a way, there is a humility towards how one can perhaps capture such a phenomenon that's so inherent to life, beyond the fact that we're actually mobilizing it as an art form.
I totally agree with that. Alexis, actually, I'm wondering, how do you experience, because we're talking about movement in this sort of primordial way, but I'm wondering about movement in these sort of social settings that you tend to create in your own pieces, so non-hierarchical situations between individuals. And what would you think about this category of movement in relation to that?
Yeah. When you talk about movement in relation to graphic scores, for example, then the first example that you have is always December 52, because Brown, when he wanted to make December 52, he didn't want to make this one paper that he did. He wanted to make a cube that will be like this, and inside the cube would be exactly the lines that you have in December 52, but they would move. And with this movement, the pianist, because at the beginning was a piece for a piano, he would or she would improvise, seeing the movement of the lines. But he couldn't do that. So when he understood that he will not be able to build this thing, he said, okay, then I will make this A3 paper with these lines on it. But if you read his instructions, he said that you should keep in mind that these lines are moving. And this is very funny because people doesn't know this story most of the time, and they see December 52 as a thing that is there and it doesn't move, but it moves, and you have to deal with it like these lines are moving. So this is the first example when somebody talks about movement in what I do. It's the first thing that I think. And another example that is very nice has to do with movement in a score is Edges by Christian Wolff. Because Edges is like a one-page score again, like in Logothetis pieces. And he calls it edges because you don't play the signs inside this this piece of paper. You play trying to reach the edges, but you never reach it. So you are in a movement inside this Bereich auf Deutsch.
This area.
This area, sorry. This area. And you don't really stay in any of the signs, but you have just to move between these signs. So these are the two examples that I always think about when we think about movement. Now, what was the question?
The question was rather relating to your sense of social hierarchy in your groups of people. And I mean, people always exist, you know, in my view, in relations between them, right? They don't exist as unitary sort of representations or identities only, but they are in a fluid sort of movement in relation to each other. So, yeah, how do you think that a graphic score enables this sort of fluidity of hierarchy or social order or richness of interaction between humans? Because we talk always about human-computer interaction, and I know that your thing is human-to-human interaction.
Well, that depends on the graphic score, because it can be that the graphic score doesn't need any of that. That it could be a graphic score that somebody will play his part. He will translate the thing that he has to translate musically, and he will play at the same time with the others, but they don't really communicate. Maybe they communicate in a very low level. I think that what you call movement in this area of thinking is more a social thing and not so much a musical thing. So if you work with improvisation groups, and I work now 12 years with the same improvisation group, that people come and go, then you see how people that they don't, maybe they are not musicians either, when you bring a graphic score and they see that they can communicate with the others to see how they will structure their performance, how they play music with them, how they play sound in a frame that you give them, then their mentality moves to the mentality of the other, and they communicate, and they socializing, and they make musicking, and they musicking together, and this is more important than how a graphic score can promote to someone playing to play together or not. The situation in an improvisation group is that most of the time promote this kind of movement and the connection between people.
Any other takes on the question of movement and all these multiple meanings, and how they are sort of nurtured in logothet scores, but also in scores together or musical practices together?
I could comment on that, Pavlos.
Hey, Ben.
Yes.
Tell me.
Well, there's a lot of different ways to consider how images can invoke meaning or produce movement upon their perception. If we think about movement as a kind of notation, I think we could also steer it back to dance in some context. If we think about William Forsythe's improvisation technologies, which is not an explicit kind of notation, but using movement to elicit other movements, where he kind of outlines physical spaces that are obstacles that dancers then choreograph themselves around. In some way, you could think of a graphic notation as something which maybe accomplishes the same goal to some extent, produces these elements within it that kind of invite participation, either through or around the negative space that they create, or just by simple reading. If, for instance, if we look at these signals, which I guess I have to squint on my screen to see them, these movement signals, in many ways have a very similar, almost an uncanny similarity to cross-modal stimuli that's used a lot in research with people who are synesthetic or synesthetes, people who hear and see things. There's some research at the University of San Diego on, they call them sound form symbolisms, which are almost ubiquitously, almost have a ubiquitous response when people look at these sound form symbols. And in that way, Logothetis' work to me also kind of reaches through this representation and presence boundary to kind of be both at the same time. You know, and so through these types of, you know, a sound form symbolism is where the actual shape of it elicits a gesture or a movement from the person who reads it. I think some of the earliest examples of this is like the boba kiki phenomenon, or buba, if I'm pronouncing it right. There's a kind of association between the image and the actual physical gestures that are required in order to produce a particular action. And that closeness of association produces a kind of cross-modal resonance, so that you can hear shapes, you can look at things and understand almost at an intuitive level what it means. Although I hate to use the word intuition, there's some kind of clarity there, and so I think that you know, Logothetis' work or graphic scores in general, I think always play along this boundary between something that is, yes, just an image, but something else that invokes associations that we have with that type of trajectory, those vectors, those movements. And in many ways, the Logothetis' work kind of discovers these things ahead of time. I think now there's maybe 5 or 6 sound forms that go along with particular vocal movements or I would say, you know, sounds with your mouth, if I can, for lack of better words. But I find it very interesting how close he is to actually articulating these specifically. And, you know, just ties together this idea that images and sound can actually, in the mind, become the same thing. And that's, I think, through biological factors. But it's playing with those as an aesthetic, playing with that as a creative space that I find fascinating.
Absolutely. Katerina,
yeah, I think this example of Bobo and Kike is also brings us to bring in mind the idea of conceptual metaphors in embodied cognition, and this statement of Johnson and lack of that. There, between subjectivity and objectivity, and this, there is something in between. But maybe these examples, because we mentioned before universality, I also second what Sarah said, that I'm not looking into universality in representation, but there are some kind of universalities in more visceral aspects of our interaction. But again, of course, the social and the contextual aspects are very strong sometimes. I mean, just complementary with what Sarah said, movement is everywhere. I wouldn't say everything, but I mean, we can see movement and motion in static images. You can see, I mean, even if we do this task now around us, we can see many types of movement. We can see gestures, shapes that maybe inspire some movement, affordances that, or movement that can be implied. But I'm not sure if every one of us will interpret or feel this kind of movement or imagine this kind of movement or in the same way. The way we experience this movement in our heads or in our bodies, or in if we were being asked to perform there, it will be, even if we have the same training, and this is something, of course, we see in dance very often. I mean, and training also is a key. For example, I'm seeing now this very nice score. I mean, there is some things that if we will be asked all to perform this score, I mean, in movement, we will have some things that might be in common. I mean, because it's very, let's say, it's not an angular shape, it's more arcs, and so maybe it inspires or it advances some kind of movement, but every one of us will interpret this completely different. Maybe someone will feel it inside, someone will translate it into sound, someone into, I don't know, maybe turning or whatever kind of movement. So, yeah.
But then where is the binding character that Logothetis is talking about? Because Logothetis says explicitly that those are not chances for improvisation. It's not about, yeah, it's about liberating and creating a range of options, but actually this thing should have its own identity. And this identity should be unmistakable. And maybe I would like to invite, since we have been late and we are going to be rushing a bit from now on, I would like also to invite the audience to take part in the discussion if you know, you have something to say. Also our virtual audience, obviously. And Georg first, because he would like to say something on this performance aspect.
Actually, I just had an idea. Maybe this could also be the basis for our discussion. Is basically, Logothetis says, don't get into your own mind, get into my mind, right? By saying it, you really these signs need to be interpreted in a certain way, and I think that's also a question of authorship. And there's a lot to be said about authorship. Is that to retain something that's really yours, and to interact with people by saying, this is something that I offer, and this is something that I have been thinking about, and this is something that I wanted in a certain way, and I've encoded that in terms of a trajectory which is actually mine. And being the composer and having a performance means that there's going to be an interaction with me, or at least with what I have encoded on a piece of paper. And I think there's a lot to be said for that.
That takes us basically to the last point. I'll skip one of the impulses because I think it's mostly been covered. So the fourth impulse had to do with intermedia and multimodality, but I'll integrate that with the fifth point on performance. This is the quote I just mentioned before, that this way of notation should communicate sound character events. It should not be taken as a stimulus for improvisation. So we're talking about the dialectics of reading, the performer's discretion, improvisation with its problematic status and Logothetis' conception, and also of authorship, as you very rightly mentioned. And is there any ideas from our public tonight on this very, I would say, almost problematic position of improvisation, of performance in Logothetis' work? Maybe Julia could give us an inside sort of view. Did he ever mention anything about how much freedom eventually would he desire in... For those of you who haven't been here before, Julia Logothetis is the daughter of Anestis Logothetis. She's a visual artist herself, and we are really honored to have her here from Vienna today and tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's a difficult question because I remember that once he was very happy with a Chinese orchestra in Berlin performing his graphic scores, and they were reading the score in such a short time, and they were so good in understanding what those signs are, that Western-trained musical orchestra wouldn't have managed in that short time. Which means that was one of the subjects I was talking about with visualizations concepts. It has to be, has to do with cultural readability. Mm-hmm. Which means another thing of interaction is in between the one who is producing something, like me with pictures, and the other reading out. So with pictures, it's very obvious that there is no clear status how pictures have to be read. There are interpretations, but it's not fixed. So the visualization in that sort of scores of my father leaves that open, but has the advantage, takes the advantage of using readabilities of other things like landscapes. You mentioned it before. It was a very good description of how he felt about space, because that was the novelty of the time, that the concept was really a concept of universal sound. It was the same idea with John Cage, who spoke about the infinity. So you also got with the mobility. I just wanted to mention that I always say that in a piece of paper, you get the infinity. So there are infinite possibilities. But if you make a certain decision of making a sign, somebody already took a path. So it is like following a path in a wood after somebody, which means is a trail. So the reading is also a trail. And we are speaking about many levels now together, because we speak with representation. It is a completely different level from the biology of the thing, like in dance, the corpus, the living corpse, the body, and the idea of what is representation. That comes to the picture of the thing. And this is already a scripture, which is a meta-ebene, meta space. And if you take a picture of the picture, you have the next meta space. And that's what you were referring with, how that goes on. That is infinite, sort of. And what I wanted to say about mobility, what is the movement aspect? I think after Einstein, there is no fixation of materialism. There is no material. Everything is moving inside. We just can't capture all that. And there are some aspects in that scripture of my father where you can see that, as he says, music is a flow, is a river. So it is time-based, and it goes through the materialistic states, and everything becomes a mobile. Everything starts to move. So perhaps if a performer tries to understand that sort of thinking, then he will not fall over the question of how accurate he has to be. He has to respond, he has to come into motion himself with the thing he sees, and there's no other way. That's what I think my father would say.
Wow, that's a very dense description, very, very much after resonating very much with your father's prose as transmitted in the book, I would say. Any other takes on performance, movement from our audience? And here is Leonie Logothetis, Anestis' granddaughter. Another, it's amazing to have so much of the family with us today. Really,
it's an honor to be able to be here. I'm an interior architect, and I was recently doing a piece in the occasion of his 100th birthday, which I have here, and I will probably show you very briefly what it is. It is a postcard I did, and as I'm an architect, interior architect, what my interest was, or what I'm saying since quite some time, is that I miss in the architectural plan the liveliness of a space. Space is not a bidimensional, thank you, a two-dimensional, so the two-dimensional aspect of a city plan, so to say, is always leaving out the liveliness of a space. So it can never really capture a space. You always have to go into a space in order to be you yourself reading a space which you can, because we are very old creatures, and we have, we know how to use it. So I took the most obvious score of my grandfather, which is the Napolis, and I printed it on a postcard, but only the time layer of it. So if you look at it like only the time layer, you could easily mistake it for a city plan, right? So time and space in that.
Leonie, would you mind coming and showing that to the camera, which stands here in front, so that also our virtual audience could experience that? Because it's a very interesting concept you're going to describe right now.
Sure.
So the camera is right here, looking at me, and if you can, I don't know what the resolution will be like. Yes, that's, yeah.
Can you see that?
Yes, that's good.
So, thank you. So, yes, so what you see is lines, actually, but you could use those lines either as, or you could mistaken them for space or for time. So it's 12 minutes, or we could say it's 12 meters, or 12 steps, or whatsoever. And so there is an evidence in how spatially you could understand, and also this score is intended. So I kind of separated the lively part, which is the score itself. You can see it if you just download an app on, it's called Artivive, it's an Austrian app, and if you then just turn the postcard or face your phone in front of this score, you will see the liveliness of it, so the score itself. And as I met my grandfather, luckily, until I was 10, and we were playing a lot of games. He loved rules, and then anyways, to have the liberty to execute by yourself. I made this become a game, so to say, and I proposed this card, any layer of your choice. You can take the lively layer or the just time and space layer to execute a city walk by yourself, using it as either a choreographic input or as a floor plan as an architect, or as a time frame. And but the only task which you should do is you always should kind of listen what the city has to tell. And so I think, yes, this is interesting. This whole talk is interesting for me because it kind of connects all these aspects which I think are so essential or so interesting in this work. Yes, that's it.
This is really fascinating, and I think it was very good timing for showing this. So you can all download the app and check out Leonie's work. Oh, she has another thing to say.
And one thing which I have not figured out myself yet, it's a postcard. So there is also this aspect of like sending it around, right, to any person of your choice. So also this physically goes in space, and yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
A perfect Christmas gift. So, I don't know, I feel very full with that, but maybe do you have a last word of conclusion? I think we touched quite a few things. We haven't touched everything I had planned, but maybe it was already a bit optimistic. Any last words of conclusion concerning
Thank you so much for sharing this, and I'm amazed to see that we close all this discussion with a piece of paper. So I think it concludes this discussion in a very interesting way. Thank you so much.
Well, a piece of paper which, though, is creating an augmented reality through an app. So I think it brings together both of the worlds, or more of the worlds, that we have been discussing about. Someone from the panel that would have a last word, from the virtual panel, I mean? No, it seems everyone is full. It's quite late for everyone, so thank you for being here, and obviously we're always at your disposal for more questions. Thank you very much.